Chapter 1225. Jiang Shao opened the gate to the Calamity Shadow world and returned to the birch forest. Due to the fact that the fusion between Earth and the alien sphere was rather sudden, and Jiang Shao could not use his spatial star techniques, everyone in the Tail Feather Brigade stayed in the birch forest after the campfire banquet. In the past 3 days, the members of the Tail Feather Brigade had been sent back to the northwest by Jiang Shao. Hai Tianqing's family of 6 also brought little Chongyang back to the capital, to the Maple Forest district in the middle of the mountain. Little Chongyang was very curious about human society. Teacher Fong knew that Jiang Shao would be very busy recently, so she took the initiative to bring little Chongyang along. The gentle Fong Xingyun had already entered the role of a mother. She was very willing to take care of little Chongyang and be the girl's guide. Through Jiang Shao, Hu Wei and Sang Lan, the 2 members of the Guardian Army, had also gotten in touch with their own troops. With Jiang Zhao's help, the 2 of them brought Yuan back to their hometown. He believed that the Guardian Army had many things to discuss with the couple. The people who used to live in the Calamity Shadow realm left one after another. Jiang Shao sighed in his heart when he saw this. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Hetzenein's family also returned to Guizhou with the residents of the island in North America. Wu Haoyang, Li Ji, and the others also returned to Liaodong. In reality, the members of the Tail Feather Squad weren't all present. Gu Shi and returned to Guishi and Xia Yin immediately returned to Beijing to meet their mother. As the family of a soldier, Xia Yan's mother was arranged by the Wasteland Reclaimers to stay in the military compound without any danger. Yiqing Shun, Chen Lingtao, Xie Yin, and the others were also sent back to the Central Plains by Jiang Shao. But soon after, Yiqing Shun asked Jiang Shao to bring her to Yanzhou. Although the Yi family was located in the Central Plains, Yiqing Shin's mother was the principal of Yanzhou Star Warriors University. Since the beginning of the calamity, his mother, Dong Tingyue, had been guarding the front lines of Yanzhou. She cooperated with the local police and organized the Star Warriors University students, doing her best to protect the land. In Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world, Blind Girl was the only one left who had nowhere to go. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks. The blind lady walked out of Jiang Zhao's house and looked at him quietly without saying a word. Jiang Shao organized his words and said, "I found Uncle Yu." The blind lady was wearing a hoop mask, and her pitch-black eyes were devoid of any human emotions. She stared at Jiang Shao silently. Jiang Shao stood in front of the door of his courtyard and looked at the blind lady in front of the house. He said, "Your past is in the past. You are now a member of the Star Advent Army. From now on, your code name is no longer Blind Lady, but 3 Tails. You will return to the Tail Feather Squad. I will personally lead it." The blind lady asked calmly, "Second last said that?" Jiang Shao said, "I said it just now." The blind lady pursed her lips and lowered her head. Jiang Shao said, "I lead the Tail Feather Squad in the Starland Army. In my team, the code names were all Way Feather. There shouldn't be a code name like Blind Girl. This 3-tailed is not Vigil Feather 3-tailed, but Star Advent Feather 3-tailed." Blind lady, "Yes." Jiang Shao said, "This is your identity. Now, I'll send you home. You'll have to face it eventually. In the past 3 days, I've sent many soldiers and civilians back to their hometowns. You can't imagine what it's like. Some people cried, some laughed, some cried tears of joy, and some were devastated. Some even knelt in front of the Calamity ruins, praying for their family to walk out of the space door. You're very lucky, 3 Tails. Your parents are still alive. Han Jiangxue, and I don't even know who to reunite with." The blind lady nodded gently and strode towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao raised his hand and gently took off the blind lady's mask, revealing her beautiful face. Unfortunately, her pair of pure black eyes made her face, which was supposed to be enchanting, seem rather strange and horrifying. Jiang Shao said, "Hello, 3 Tails." The blind lady nodded gently. She knew what Jiang Zhao's intention was for repeatedly emphasizing the code name. "From now on, I'm 3 Tails." Jiang Shao said so. Jiang Shao walked out of the Calamity world with 3 Tails and flashed to the side of an ordinary pedestrian road in Beijiang Land, Xindan Stream. With the support of the Calamity World, Jiang Shao could accurately flash to every corner of the world at this moment. Of course, it would be too difficult to flash to a specific street, but it would not be a problem for him to accurately locate a city. Jiang Shao took out a small map from his pocket and looked at the location marked on it. He looked around and happened to see a team of Victor's army approaching. Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone from his pocket and said, "Three Tails from now on, you're my guard. Be more observant and explain to them in the future." Three Tails was speechless. The only star in Dharma God in the world was now Jiang Zhao's guard. Young Master Jiang was indeed prestigious. Of course, it was not accurate to say that he was the only star in Dharma God, because Jiang Shao had two other mechas, the Hua Xing couple, who were both in the Star End stage. However, Jiang Zhao's decoy was in the Starfall stage, and the configuration was too low. It would be fine to use the decoy to control the two mechas in ordinary battles, but in high-end battles, the decoy would severely reduce the combat strength of the two mechas. Jiang Shao tapped on the screen of his mobile phone and opened the map software in an attempt to locate the specific address and street. However, Jiang Shao was dumbfounded as soon as he opened the map. The map software has not been updated for a long time. Do I still have to wait for an update? Three Tails said calmly, "Star in Dharma God. Returning home. No mission." Jiang Shao grinned and realized that Three Tails might not be suitable to be a guard. Damn it. She's even more arrogant than me. Of course, that was just a joke. Three Tails was just a person of few words, and the unique environment she grew up in had resulted in her personality at this moment. To put it bluntly, she was a star warrior in the Star End stage who also had an extremely special control type star map. Her combat power was terrifying. 99.9% of the people in this world were no different from ants to her. However, she was not a mischievous child who would not look for trouble for no reason. When Jiang Shao first met the blind lady, she ignored him no matter what they talked about. In the end, she even gave Jiang Shao a smack on the head. At that time, Jiang Shao, who had transformed into a crow, had his head buzzing because of her smack, and the crow was flung 8 meters away while shrieking miserably. At that time, the blind lady, who was already in the Starry Sky stage, was like a god to Jiang Shao, who was in the Galaxy stage. She was the kind of person who could kill Jiang Shao with a single slap. However, she merely chased Jiang Shao away. She wasn't a bad person by nature, and she didn't mean to be cold, domineering, and condescending. Logically speaking, if the blind lady had been replaced by second last, the crow's wings would have probably been torn apart by the ferocious cat. "Hey, brothers, don't go yet. Do me a favor." Jiang Shao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called out. The few Victor's Legion members immediately stood up straight and saluted Jiang Shao. "Hey, help me take a look. How do I get to this place? Where am I now?" Jiang Shao hurriedly returned the salute and handed the map over. While looking around, he also saw that the pedestrians on the road were staring at him. As early as February, with Jiang Zhao's help, Xindan Creek had already been peaceful. It was already June, and no matter how noisy the outside world was, at least in Xindan Creek, the lives of the people there were much more peaceful than before the strange phenomenon occurred. After looking at the map, the Victor's Legion members led Jiang Shao and 3 last into a jeep. Jiang Shao repeatedly asked the Victor's Legion to keep it a secret, but he understood that it was inevitable for the Victor's Legion to report to their superiors. However, that was good too. He would let the local Victor's Legion members know that their comrades' parents had opened a small shop there so that they could take care of the old couple in the future. After driving for less than 20 minutes, they entered an old town. The old town was very lively at night, especially in summer where the temperature was suitable for leisure activities. As the car drove, Jiang Shao saw a group of middle-aged men and women dancing in the square when they passed by a park. A few minutes later, the car slowly stopped in front of an alley. It looked like a night market. It wasn't big, but it was filled with the smell of fireworks. The stalls on the street had also been set up, and the aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. There were also many people drinking beer and bragging at the small tables on the street. The car could not enter, and the fruit and snack stalls on the side of the road blocked the narrow alley. Jiang Shao got out of the car and sniffed. TSK, TSK, it smells so good. Looking at the fireworks, Jiang Shao felt that all the loneliness and coldness he had experienced in the strange sphere was worth it. The Victor's Legion wanted to send a few people in, but they were stopped by Jiang Shao. He thought about it for a while and casually opened a space door, after which a hand reached out and handed him a cap. The Victor's Legion was speechless. What are the duties of the Victor's Legion? Is young Master Jiang going to use a star technique in human society in front of the Victor's Legion? And it's a spatial star technique? The few Victor's Legion members looked at each other. Forget it, forget it. I didn't see it. Don't ask me. I don't know. Jiang Shao lowered the brim of his cap and walked towards a night market alley with Three Last. However, Jiang Zhao's clothes were still normal, but Three Last was dressed in a white robe. It was not the white robe that the female ghost wore, but the white robe that one would wear when they ascended to immortality. She already had an excellent temperament, and coupled with her spotless clothes, she became the prettiest girl in the night market. On the street, a couple who were buying duck necks in front of a stall were also a little dumbfounded. The aroma of duck necks that they smelled was very real, but the scene in front of them was dreamy and ethereal. A noble and elegant woman in a white robe, with a fairy-like aura around her, put on the hood of her white robe, closed her eyes, and walked into the bustling night market alley. Jiang Shao and Three Last usually carried out missions together and were already used to her presence. Besides, Jiang Shao was a top star warrior, after all, and he had his own sense of composure. However, the citizens had never seen such a woman before. All of a sudden, there was a strange silence in the bustling night market alley. Jiang Shao suddenly felt like he had returned to his high school classes. For some reason, the students who were chatting and chatting suddenly became softer and softer, and finally stopped. After the two of them left, the chatter and noise could be heard again. Jiang Shao discovered the benefits of having Three Last as a bodyguard. The bustling streets were filled with people, but as Three Last moved forward, the oncoming people would automatically make way for her and give her enough space to move forward. It was as if they were worried that her white robe would be dirted. Soon, the two of them passed by a small stall selling octopus meatballs, stepped onto the pedestrian road, and found a small shop without a signboard. There were 4 or 5 small tables in front of the shop that were already filled with people eating skewers. There was also a barbecue stove near the road. Behind the barbecue stove, a middle-aged man with white hair was grilling skewers while wiping the sweat on his forehead with the towel hanging around his neck from time to time. Three Last slowly opened her eyes and saw the man grilling skewers in front of her. After not seeing him for many years, his hair had already turned white, and there were many more wrinkles on his face. In just 2 seconds, Three Last closed her eyes again, as if she dared not look at him again. She covered her eyes with one hand. Slowly, a trace of pitch-black ink flowed out from between her slender fingers and stained her fair and tender palm. "Uncle Yu." Jiang Shao stepped forward and stood in front of the barbecue stove. He reached out to prop up the brim of his cap and called out softly. Uncle Yu, who had just brushed the sauce on the skewers, raised his head and said, Kid Jiang is here. Uncle Yu's face was full of surprise, and he hurriedly turned around to shout at the shop without a signboard. "Wife, my wife, come out, come out." Uncle Yu turned around and handed Jiang Shao a skewer that was sizzling and emitting a fragrant aroma. Eat first, eat first. Is Honging here yet?" Before he could finish his words, his expression stiffened and his movement stiffened. Standing behind the barbecue stove, white smoke continuously rose from the grill and floated in front of him. Uncle Yu's gaze pierced through the smoke, and he saw a woman standing behind Jiang Shao. He initially wanted to look for Second Last, but he saw someone who was living in his memory. Her figure appeared intermittently behind the faint smoke. Uncle Yu's palms stiffened, and he dared not move at all. In fact, he didn't even dare to pick up the fan beside him to blow away the smoke in front of him. Jiang Shao placed the skewer in front of his mouth and took off half of it. "Munch, munch, delicious. It's still the taste from my memory." Jiang Shao placed the remaining half of the skewer in front of Three Last's mouth and said, "It's delicious." Try it? Half an hour ago, the woman who was as cold and indifferent as a rock had already disappeared without a trace. She was still covering her eyes with one hand, and the ink that flowed out from between her fingers stained the skewers. Three Last didn't care and instead took a bite, savoring the bitter taste that was mixed with the ink and tears. Jiang Shao put down the metal skewer in his hand and patted her shoulder gently. In the noisy night market alley, he heard her sobbing and saw the ink flowing between her fingers. He also saw her lowering her head and nodding continuously. Come to think of it, it's indeed delicious. Jiang Shao didn't lie to her. It's the middle of the month. I need some monthly votes to support the little toxic healer. Squeeze my ranking forward. Chapter 1226. In the single room of the barbecue restaurant, Third Last sat quietly on the chair, and the ink on her face, hands, and body had already disappeared without a trace. In fact, Jiang Shao had always been curious about that star technique. After some understanding, he also found out that Third Last's ink flower star technique came from the ink swamp in the far east of the Russian Federation. The star techniques of the star beasts in the ink swamp were mainly about control. Besides, Third Last's star map was extremely compatible with such star techniques. That also allowed her to achieve almost any effect when using the ink flower star technique after the second star transformation. It was as if she was going to break away from the effects of the star techniques and form a new one. She had cried until the ink was all over the floor, but there was no trace of it at all. She had returned to her normal self, and after the excitement, she became the aloof and otherworldly woman again. In the small single room, Jiang Shao and Third Last sat facing each other while an old lady stood beside them, looking rather uneasy. A few minutes ago, when they first met, Annie Jiang Shao was still ecstatic and excited. However, at this moment, she had a complicated expression on her face, and her emotions were even more complicated. Annie Jiang Shao seemed to want to say something to Third Last. She might be asking or showing concern, but no matter what, she couldn't bring herself to say it, and simply kept looking at Third Last. Jiang Shao was shocked to discover that Auntie Yu was probably feeling guilty towards Third Last rather than blaming her or reuniting with her. Guilty? Apologetic? What exactly happened to make an old mother in her 50s feel such a strong sense of guilt towards her own children? Is it because Third Last was too obedient and well-behaved in the past, causing her parents to become more aggressive and make her live according to her will? To be honest, such situations were not uncommon in Chinese society. However, compared to others, Third Last's outburst was a little too hysterical, and the consequences that the family of three had to bear were too heavy. Come, chill, little Jiang. Uncle Yu came over with a pot. His uneasy expression was exactly the same as Aunt Yu's. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally realized that the unusual reunion this time was not a one-sided apology. Instead, it was likely a mutual forgiveness and being forgiven. Jiang Shao hurriedly adjusted the induction cooker and grabbed the pot. However, he heard the voice of the customer outside the door. Boss, your skewers are grilling slowly. Serve the beer first. Hey, yes. Uncle Yu responded and hurriedly turned around and left. Jiang Shao knew that Uncle Yu was not being professional, but rather he couldn't stay there any longer and felt uncomfortable. Auntie, please sit down. I'll go help Uncle, Jiang Shao said as he got up. However, the statue-like Three Tails suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it against Jiang Zhao's palm. She didn't speak, nor did she have any expression on her face. Her pupil-less and scara eyes couldn't convey any emotion. He could only understand the message she was sending through her actions, which was, "Don't go." As the customers outside shouted, Auntie Yu grabbed the apron in front of her, rubbed her hands, and said, "You too. Take a seat first." "I'll go." No. Annie, I'll do it," Jiang Shao said while pressing his right hand against the table. A tall and beautiful young woman walked out of the portal. She was Jiang Kelly. In the next second, Jiang Kelly's appearance changed, and she became shorter. There were some wrinkles on her fair and youthful face, and her long, black hair turned into short, curly, white hair. Jiang Kelly adjusted herself again and gradually turned into Auntie Yu. She opened the door and walked out of the room. Auntie Yu watched as her other self walked out and remained in a daze for a long time. Jiang Xiao felt a little upset too. She was a warlord of the Starry Sky stage, yet she had to disguise herself and go out to serve food. Seems like I have to put the recruitment of guards on the agenda. Do I have to do such a small thing myself? Why don't I go to the Star Force Army and catch a few soldiers to grill skewers for the people? If the Star Force Army and the Star Force Army knew what their commander was thinking at this moment, they would probably vomit blood. Well, that was indeed a little inappropriate, but Jiang Xiao could really get a battalion to grill skewers. Regardless of whether the business was booming or not, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Auntie? Auntie! Auntie Yu snapped out of her trance and seemed to be in a daze. Jiang Xiao frantically said, "This is just a trick of some Star Warriors. Don't worry, Yu Qiuzi is real. You can't trust me or Hong Ying. Hurry and sit." Auntie Yu sat on the chair next to Jiang Xiao in a daze and sized up third last carefully, fearing that it would be all for naught. Jiang Xiao didn't want to be the third wheel, but third last wouldn't let him go. That made Jiang Xiao feel a little uneasy. Third last pressed his hand down, which was considered a physical obstruction. If Jiang Xiao were to leave forcefully, he would be in deep trouble if she blossomed a few flowers. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw Auntie Yu sitting beside him. He said with a smile, "By the way, Auntie Yu, do you know that our country has formed the Star Force?" Auntie Yu looked at Jiang Xiao in confusion and asked, "Xinglin, army?" Jiang Xiao said, "It's a newly formed army. Yu Qiuzi and I are both in this team, and we also hold important positions. Qiuzi is no longer a lowly soldier now. His career has soared, and he's now a high-ranking general in the army." Okay. Hearing this, Aunt Yu nodded repeatedly. Her uneasy expression finally revealed a trace of smile. However, the smile on her face quickly disappeared. She was afraid of making her daughter feel resentful. Previously, although her daughter had always followed their wishes to take the entrance examination, join the army, and work, she had also told them many times that she didn't want to live such a life. However, they would always try their best to persuade her. "The army is great, it's great. Your parents aren't capable and can't take care of you for a lifetime. I initially wanted you to become a civil servant after you graduated and have a secure job. But now, since you've been chosen by the army in college, you have to seize the opportunity. Your parents are getting older and can't take care of you all the time, but the country and the army can. That way, the two of us can be at ease after we leave." The thought was so pure that it was a little hurtful. After all, Star Warriors were a minority. If an ordinary person were to be asked about their impression of Star Warriors, most of them would probably say that they were powerful. Star Warriors were criminals everywhere, and there were countless children who were mentally unbalanced after the awakening. There were often news of awakened and Star Warriors causing trouble in the news. In the old couple's opinion, their daughter was a Star Warrior who was obedient. Hence, she wouldn't go astray if there were people in the government or in the army to restrain and discipline her. However, they didn't expect Yu Qiuzi to go astray under the discipline and get into trouble with the mutants. He left for a few years. When Three Last left the team, the Guardians of the Night sent someone to inform the family. Although they did not give a specific reason for Yu Qiuzi's departure, it was stated that everything was still under investigation. However, the old couple also remembered that their daughter had discussed with them time and time again about not wanting to stay in the snowfield and the 3 northern provinces for the rest of her life. Yu Qiuzi always said that the world outside was huge. The old couple always said that being a down-to-earth person and eating well was the greatest happiness. It seemed meaningless to discuss who was right and who was wrong now. Jiang Xiao pondered for a while before leaning forward and saying carefully, Second last has been craving grilled codfish for a long time. I'll go fetch her. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao was really good at his job as the deputy commander. He even asked for instructions from his guards. Jiang Xiao had been to many places and had been in the military all his life. Hence, his style of doing things was outstanding. Easygoing. Jiang Shao then tried to pull his hand away, but Three Last was holding onto it tightly. Their hands were pulled back and forth for half an inch before Three Last finally let go. Auntie Yu stood up hurriedly and said, "I'll get the old man to grill the codfish for her." "Hey, don't. Auntie, don't go out." Jiang Shao hurriedly grabbed Auntie Yu's arm. "If you go out, there will be two of you outside. The customers will be dumbfounded. Besides, if Uncle Yu sees two of you, the skewer will be burnt by him." Auntie Yu was speechless. On the opposite side of the table, there was a faint smile on Three Last's face that was expressionless. Three Last might have flown into a rage out of humiliation, but she immediately glared at Jiang Shao when she sensed that Jiang Shao had discovered her smile. For a pure black eyeball, glaring at him was still obvious. After all, her eyes were a little wider. "I'll be right back." Jiang Shao picked up a skewer on the table and quickly left. After leaving the store, Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to be a third wheel. He initially thought that after sending Three Last to the place, they would hug each other and cry bitterly. However, he didn't expect the conflict in the Yu family to be much more complicated than Jiang Shao had imagined. Jiang Shao returned to the Xinglin military courtyard in the capital and returned to Second Last's two-story building. It was dark in the conference room because Second Last and Yi Zhizhong had already left. Jiang Shao strode out of the conference room and looked around while complaining about Second Last's bad habit again. She doesn't like to turn on the lights. Jiang Shao opened the space door again, and Martha walked out. She closed her eyes and sensed it for a while before turning around to return to the Calamity World. According to Martha's senses, Jiang Shao arrived at the largest office in the middle of the second floor. He then pushed the door open and entered. In the pitch-black room, Second Last was seated behind the desk in the same posture as before. She placed her long legs on the desk and stared out of the window silently. "Pa!" Jiang Shao turned on the lights and asked, "Are you waiting for supper?" He then strode towards the table and looked out of the window in the direction of Second Last's gaze, only to see a lush forest. Second Last snapped back to her senses and glanced at Jiang Zhao's hand, seemingly a little disappointed that she didn't see what she wanted. She asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao sat on the desk and said, "I'll take you to have supper. It's authentic Beijiang cuisine." "Who said that you can't taste the taste of your hometown when you're out of town? You don't have to look for Beijiang cuisine in the capital. The only difference between you and your hometown is Jiang Shao." Second Last lay on the chair and closed her eyes. "I'm not hungry." Jiang Shao opened the teleportation portal again, and Jiang Shao extended his hand from the space portal with a mutton skewer in his hand. Sniff! Second Last's nose twitched, and she suddenly opened her eyes before turning around to look at the space door. Jiang Shao's face popped out from behind the door, and he finished the mutton skewer in a few bites. The metal skewer was almost on fire. Chapter 12:27. 3 seconds later, Jiang Shao arrived at the barbecue shop with Second Last. "Ah!" Auntie Yu exclaimed in shock. After seeing who it was, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Hong Ying, you're here. Hurry and take a seat." Second Last smiled at Auntie Yu with her long and narrow eyes, which were rather mesmerizing. It was the second time that Jiang Shao had seen her smile so gently. The first time was also in Auntie Yu's shop, but it was in Jiangbin a few years ago. Jiang Shao looked upset. After so many years, Second Last seemed to have only given such a smile to the parents of her comrades, but not to him. Second Last looked at the seats, only to see that Third Last and Auntie Yu were sitting diagonally opposite each other. She didn't want to trouble Auntie Yu to get up, so she sat down beside Third Last. She didn't care about the atmosphere in the room at all, and even picked up a skewer of pork tripe. The door of the room was pulled open, and Auntie Yu walked in with a plate of grilled codfish in one hand and a glass of Beijiang liquor in the other. Second Last was stunned for a moment. Jiang Shao immediately glared at Second Last and said, "Laugh. Where's the crescent moon? Are you being treated differently?" "Humph." Second Last snapped back to her senses and picked up the glass of liquor on the table before taking a sip. The spicy liquor spread on the tip of her tongue and spread all the way to her chest. It's been a long time since I've tasted authentic liquor. Awesome. Second last pursed her lips and placed the glass on the table. She then picked it up and said, "The taste is different." Huh? Auntie Yu reached for the glass, thinking that second last was talking about the liquor. Second last smiled at Auntie Yu apologetically and said, "I'm not talking about the liquor. I'm talking about the person." Auntie Yu was a little dumbfounded too. She looked at her other self and said, "Why can't I tell? She looks exactly like me, doesn't she?" Third last suddenly said, "Look at her hand. She's ready to draw her sword at any time. She can't change her habit of fighting all the time." Auntie Yu looked at her in surprise and thought, "My daughter has finally spoken." At this moment, she couldn't be bothered to look at Jiang Kelly's hand. She continued, "Do you want to go to Xinglin military with me? To the imperial capital?" Auntie Yu's joy was doused with cold water. She had lived in Beijing all her life, and she did not want to go anywhere else. The shop's business was booming, and her days were plain but fulfilling. But she did not want to waste this opportunity to reconcile with her daughter. Third last said, "It's just a suggestion." Buzz. Buzz. The mobile phone in his pocket kept vibrating, and Jiang Xiao froze for a moment before hurriedly picking it up. He hadn't received a call for a long time. All of a sudden, the room fell silent, and second last looked at Jiang Xiao curiously. "Brother, are you busy?" However, Jiang Xiao could tell that he was drunk from his words. Jiang Xiao looked at the two tail feathers opposite him and said, "Maybe I'm not too busy, I guess. What's going on?" On the other end of the phone, Zhang Songfu's voice came. "I drank too much with my dad again." The old man counted the people who came to see him one by one, and he remembered everyone. "When he talked about you, I explained a few things. The old man wants to meet you and thank you in person." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was overjoyed. He had never expected that he would experience such a situation one day. Only real brothers would dare to call him at night, and they would only do so after drinking too much. After all, Jiang Xiao was no longer an ordinary star warrior or an ordinary student. In fact, Jiang Xiao was also willing to receive the call in the middle of the night. As he accumulated more and more meritorious deeds and stood higher and higher, the attitude of the people around him inevitably changed. In that regard, the members of the Tail Feathers team did a good job. Perhaps it was because of their previous foundation. After all, no matter how powerful Jiang Xiao became, he would always be the same to his comrades around him. He would be mischievous and never put on airs. Jiang Xiao, Jiang Xiao. Zhang Songfu's voice could be heard on the other end of the line. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "Sure, go ahead." "Hey, wait, can I tell you something?" Zhang Songfu said, "Say it." "Anything." Jiang Xiao said, "I'll offer you a position. You'll be the most trusted subordinate of the deputy commander of the Star Arrival Army. You'll be one rank higher than the other. You'll be able to go to the South study with a sword." Zhang Songfu was dumbfounded. "What's that?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, "It's that, my guard." Zhang Songfu was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao smirked and said, "I also want to find a girl to be my guard so that I can light some incense for Hongxiu whenever I'm free." "That's great." However, the girls around me were too hot-tempered, and their strength was boundless. All of them were like monkeys stabbing at the sky. I'm afraid that by doing this, I'll become their guard. Zhang Songfu was speechless. Three last held her forehead with one hand, lowered her head, and muttered softly, "Jiang Xiao." Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, I'm going to rush to a place. I'll drink with you guys when I'm back. If I don't come back tonight, second last, you stay here for now. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning." Second last paused and looked at Jiang Xiao again, only to realize that he had already disappeared. Auntie Yu frantically said, Okay. I'll stay here. A few months ago, the country gave us a lot of compensation for the people who were evacuated from Zhongbin. They even allocated us a place to stay. It's such a huge house, but your Uncle Yu and I are living in it. Second last hesitated for a moment and nodded gently. The money was indeed given by the country. The country had also arranged a place for them to stay, but it was not the house that they were living in now. Second last deliberately chose a house that she liked and let the Yu family stay near the night market. Second last wouldn't tell them about it, and neither would the Yu family. However, three last seemed to have realized something. Sometimes it wasn't a good thing to have a strong sense of perception. When Annie Yu said that, she could hear second last steady heartbeat quickening a little. Even if it was just a little, it would be a special omen for a calm and collected star warrior like her. When people lied and tried to hide the truth, their bodies would always have a natural reaction. Besides, second last wasn't good at lying. The two people with strong senses sat shoulder to shoulder and could clearly sense everything around them. Second last pinched the roasted fishtail and glanced at three last coldly while biting the fish. Three last lowered her head and remained silent, looking like a docile wife. Hence, the matter was over. Although second last's arrival seemed to have made the atmosphere in the single room more tense, she did, in fact, ease the awkwardness between three last and her parents. Ever since the few tail feathers erected a steel for first last a few days ago, second last had also tacitly agreed to third last's existence, which was considered to have fulfilled first last's dying wish. Second last enjoyed the meal, and third last also chatted with her parents, but she didn't seem excited or joyful at all. Besides, the topic of their reunion was also about the star arrival military, and she didn't mention anything about the past at all. As for Jiang Xiao, well, he was a little drunk. When Jiang Xiao visited Zhang Songfu's parents for the first time, he used the image of a middle-aged man with curly hair. Hence, when Jiang Xiao arrived at their house again, Zhang Songfu's parents thought that their son had drunk too much and called the world champion over. After explaining for a while, Jiang Xiao didn't run away from anything that he should have. What should I do? I'll just drink. The more I drink, the younger I will become. Jiang Xiao even asked Jiang Kelly to grill a bunch of skewers at Xindong Creek and added a few dishes for the Zhang family. Mr. Zhang was also a little tipsy. He watched as Jiang Xiao placed skewers of meat, kidney, chicken neck, beef tendons, oysters, and chives on the table one after another, as if he was performing a magic trick. Mr. Zhang was stunned. Is life really good? The more I drink, the more dishes I eat. Who can stand it? The next morning, Jiang Xiao woke up and talked to Zhang Songfu about the guard. Of course, Zhang Songfu agreed. After receiving Zhang Songfu's affirmation, Jiang Xiao returned to the capital and met with Yi Zhizhong, hoping that he could transfer someone over. When Yi Zhizhong heard that Jiang Xiao had found a guard, he immediately said that he would ask the Northern Guardians of the Night for him. At the same time, he also asked someone to bring the Starlin military uniform that was rushed out for Jiang Xiao to try on and see if it fit. In Yi Zhizhong's office, Jiang Xiao held the Starlin military uniform with a strange expression and said, "This looks a little blue." This was the celestial arrival combat suit that had been rushed through the night. It was similar to ocean camouflage with three colors of blue, white, and gray. The main color was blue. On the left arm, there was a red Chinese flag with stars and became the most eye-catching presence among the blue, white, and gray clothes. On the right arm, there was a shield-shaped armband with a blue background and a white Chinese character printed on it. Lin. Surrounding the word Lin was a circle of white olive branches. Jiang Xiao picked up the training cap and looked around. This is a beret. Yi Zhizhong looked at Jiang Xiao's tall and straight figure with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Clothes really make the man. The blue-toned ocean camouflage made Jiang Xiao lose the cold and mysterious aura of the Guardians of the Night. Instead, he looked more gentle, handsome, and heroic. The more Yi Zhizhong looked at him, the more satisfied he was. He said, "You can wear the medal for this interview." Jiang Xiao changed his clothes and said, "Forget it. If I wear it, I'll have to wear it all over my chest. This isn't a commendation ceremony or an important occasion." Yi Zhizhong opened his mouth and said, "This interview is very serious and has great significance. Jiang Xiao, people might be willing to see the you that hasn't changed and the young you in their memories, but you have to know that you're now representing the Starlin military. When you accept the interview as Deputy Commander Jiang of the Starlin military, you've already turned the interview into a serious and important occasion. This is the first time that the Starlin military is publicly facing the world. The team sent by Mother Yang is also here with a mission of publicity. I suggest that you wear it, and let the world see the spirit of the Starlin military. Let them know why China established this new army, what kind of people are leading this army, and what kind of changes this new army can bring to the world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Jiang Shao then opened the teleportation portal and stepped into it. Yi Zhizhong waited in the office, but Jiang Shao didn't come. Instead, a member of the tail feather team arrived. Yi Zhongwei. Han Jiangxue knocked on the open door politely. "What's the matter, eighth tail?" Yi Zhizhong looked at Han Jiangxue. At the moment, the Starlin military was still in a state of assembly. For the soldiers who went to fight in the foreign planet, the Starlin military was humane enough to give them a few days off to reunite with their families. Many people returned to their hometown, but Han Jiangxue didn't return to Beijiang because her only family was there. Han Jiangxue said, "Commander Luan just informed me to look for Jiang Shao. I heard from the soldiers that he's here with you." Yi Zhizhong gestured to the space door in front of the office and nodded. "Yes, what's the matter?" Han Jiangxue said, "Commander Luan said that I should inform Jiang Shao as soon as I see him and ask him to bring him back." Han Jiangxue stopped before she could finish her sentence. In her line of sight, a young man dressed in ocean blue camouflage walked out of the space door with a clean face and clear eyes. Han Jiangxue froze in shock. When he wasn't mischievous, he gave off a really good vibe. She didn't know if it was because of Jiang Zhao's military uniform, but at this moment, he seemed very gentle, comfortable, and reassuring. It reminded her of the sea soul lamp at the bottom of the lake in front of the villa. If Jiang Shao knew what Han Jiangxue was thinking, he would probably stomp his feet in anger. "I treat you like little Jiangxue, but you treat me like a sea soul lamp? Am I only fit to be a tool?" When Jiang Shao saw Han Jiangxue at the door, he waved his hands and said, "Come, help me put on the medal." Han Jiangxue strode in and only snapped back to her senses after taking 2 steps. She then nodded at Yi Zhizhong and apologized. Yi Zhizhong waved his hand and didn't say anything. Han Jiangxue grabbed the pile of medals from Jiang Zhao's hands. There were a total of 14 medals. Hunt down the leader of the Dark Hall, Congjin. Vigil, second-class Crescent Moon Medal. Hunt down Congjin's crime boss, Nicholas. Vigil, second-class Crescent Moon Medal. Arrest of Planet Conversion member, Ash. Vigil, second-class Crescent Moon Medal. First time exploring the Dragon Cave. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. Execute the mission of the North Peninsula and destroy the immortal flower dimensional space. Wasteland Reclamation, third-class Starfire Medal. World Cup champion, defending champion, Grand Slam champion, Triple Crown winner. Wasteland Reclamation, first-class Wildfire Medal. Arrest of Planet Conversion member, Liona. Vigil, second-class Crescent Moon Medal. Second time exploring the Dragon Cave. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. Arrest of Planet Conversion member, Baze. Provide information about the dimensional space around the world. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. Resolve the crisis of Ludong Bookstore in the world. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. Third time exploring the Dragon Cave. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. On behalf of the Northwestern Guardians of the Night, they explored the Otherworld, searched for lost soldiers, and opened up a path between Earth and the Otherworld. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. They hunted down the leader of the Star Organization and destroyed more than half of the organization. Vigil, first-class Full Moon Medal. Conquer the Otherworld and protect China. Specially custom-made Great Wall Medal for the 3 armed forces. Han Jiangxue held the medal with both hands and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Shao, who was standing in front of her, only to see his proud expression. Usually, Han Jiangxue would glare at Jiang Shao, but now, Han Jiangxue summoned the Sea Devourer and placed the medal on it like a floating table. Her slender fingers gently picked up one, lowered her head, and put on his left chest. She said softly, "Our parents have watched you struggle all the way until now. They will definitely be proud of you." Jiang Shao asked, "What about you?" Han Jiangxue raised her head, and somehow, There was already a gentle and warm smile on her cold face. She raised her hand and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head. Of course. Ask for some tickets. Chapter 1228. On the morning of June 16th, Yi Xuanyang was already prepared and led the people of the Star Warrior World program team to the Star Lin Army in the capital. The courtyard of the Star Lin Army was not a place that anyone could enter. Although this new army had just been established, they were very disciplined. The people transferred from the various armies were all elites. Fortunately, Yi Xuanyang had already gotten in touch with the Xinglin army, so the program crew was not stopped outside the door. The people of the program team took 2 or 3 shots outside the gate and in the courtyard, after which they were led to a conference room by the soldiers. In the morning, Jiang Zhao, who had tidied up his attire, arrived at the appointed time and pushed open the door of the conference room. Jiang Zhao saw all kinds of interview equipment and a familiar face. Yi Xuanyang was dressed in a white suit and had long hair draped over her shoulders. She had a gentle smile and was holding the interview materials in her hands while saying something to the camera. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she hurriedly stood up, feeling a little dumbfounded. Yi Xuanyang was very familiar with Jiang Zhao. It was no exaggeration to say that Yi Xuanyang had watched Jiang Zhao grow up. From a national high school competition to the first and second World Cup, she had countless partners by her side. She relied on her own abilities to rise from being one of the 4 most popular female stars of the younger generation to the top of Yangma. She even had her own program. Her life of struggle was also rather legendary. Now, with the strong support of the station, the Star Warrior World program that she hosted was already considered a national program. In particular, during this extremely special period of time, Star Warrior World would conduct analysis and research on the current issue of the fusion of Earth and the alien planet. They would also invite guests from all walks of life to discuss and convey valuable information to the public and guide the direction of public opinion. The times create heroes. The heroes created by the Star Warrior World were not only limited to the Star Warrior soldiers, but also thousands of people in other positions. In this era of information explosion, the importance of publicity was undeniable. As a host, Yi Xuanyang was undoubtedly one of the heroes. When the heroine saw Jiang Zhao, who was dressed in ocean blue, pushing the door open, she was momentarily dazed. He had indeed grown up. In her memory, the domineering and mischievous Star Warrior teenager in the arena had now become a valiant and heroic young man. The first thing Yi Xuanyang saw was Jiang Zhao's face, which had lost its childishness. At a second glance, she saw an exquisite medal hanging on Jiang Zhao's left chest. Yi Xuanyang was a knowledgeable person. He was once a contestant in the national high school competition and was also a member of the national team and captain of the Star Warriors World Cup twice. However, our impression of him seems to be limited to his status as a World Cup champion, an unprecedented Grand Slam winner, and the defending champion. Today, he has returned to the public eye after being missing for a year. He has become the deputy commander of China's new army, the Star Lin Army. How did a World Cup champion student become a general of the new army in just 1 year? And what exactly happened in the 1 year that he disappeared? I think we will get the answer today. Yi Xuanyang then turned around and looked at Jiang Zhao. Everyone, please join me in welcoming our guest for today's interview, the deputy commander of the Star Lin Army. As the scene shifted, Jiang Zhao was dressed in an ocean blue military uniform with medals hanging all over his chest. Of course, the interview was not a live broadcast. According to Yi Xuanyang, the program team would work overtime overnight to rush the production to air the Star Warriors World segment tomorrow night. Yi Xuanyang smiled and said, "Deputy Commander Jiang, I believe many people are the same as me." The first thing they noticed was the medal on your chest. Would you like to share with us and explain their origin? I discovered that among the medals on your chest, there are medals for the Guardians of the Night and the Wasteland Reclaimers. This seems to be a very difficult achievement for a soldier. Jiang Shao organized his thoughts and said, "Indeed, there are wildfire and starfire medals for wasteland reclaimers, as well as full moon and crescent moon medals for guardians of the night." Yi Xuanyang led the conversation and said, "Tell us about the wasteland reclaimer medal first." Jiang Shao said, "When I was studying at the Capital Star Warriors University, I joined the Wasteland Reclaimer Army. Everyone should be familiar with this." "Yes." Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, "Back then, the newly established Wasteland Reclaimer Army was established with the Capital Star Warriors University as the pilot institution and achieved great results. It has been promoted nationwide. If I'm not mistaken, you're the first batch of students to join the Wasteland Reclaimer Army?" Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Yes, I'm the first batch. To be more precise, I'm the first Wasteland Reclaimer Army apprentice. My Wasteland Reclaimer Army apprentice number is 001. Yi Xuanyang was speechless. Jiang Shao continued, "In the Wasteland Reclaimer Army, I took on the role of a captain and went out to carry out missions. I won't disclose the details of the missions. This Wasteland Reclaimer medal was obtained when I was a member of the Wasteland Reclaimer Army." Yi Xuanyang adjusted herself and said, "What about the Vigil medal? I saw many first-class Vigil medals. It's hard to imagine how you obtain them." Jiang Shao said, "All these years, I've been a contestant in the public eye, but in fact, I was already a member of the Guardians of the Night in 2015. I used to be a member of the light-chasing team of the Guardians of the Night in the North. Later on, I was transferred to the Northwest and became the captain of the light-chasing team. I then became the deputy commander of the light-chasing team and served as the deputy brigade commander of the light-chasing brigade. Now, I'm the deputy commander of the Star Arrival Army. I didn't become a general of the Star Advent Army from a student of the Star Warriors in just 1 year." Slightly stunned, Yi Xuanyang said, "So, when you participated in the World Cup?" "No. When you were a high school student and participated in the National League, you were already a member of the Guardians of the Night?" Jiang Shao blinked and nodded. That was something that could be revealed. After the establishment of the Star Arrival Army, the resumes of the senior officers in the Army were made public. Yi Xuanyang's heart skipped a beat, and she thought, "He's really good at hiding." Yi Xuanyang suddenly realized that when she tried to persuade Jiang Shao on Weibo last year, she was not trying to persuade an ordinary contestant or an ordinary Wasteland Reclaimer Army apprentice. Instead, she was trying to persuade him. He might even be a brigade commander. Feeling a little confused, Yi Xuanyang subconsciously tried to fill in the blanks. With the establishment of the Wasteland Reclaimer Army, this top-notch Chinese army entered the public eye. And with the appearance of the fusion between Earth and the other sphere, the mysterious Guardians of the Night were gradually unveiled to the people. As she spoke, Yi Xuanyang adjusted her state of mind and said, "It's hard to imagine how you obtained the first-class and second-class meritorious medals. In front of the public, you appear to be, cheerful, lively, and sunny. However, in places that people don't know, you must have experienced a lot of hardships and pain. There was a very clear fact, and that was, it was extremely valuable to be able to obtain the first-class meritorious medal and survive regardless of the military type. Everyone knew that every medal hanging on Jiang Zhao's chest represented one, or even several times when he was on the brink of death. If he was not careful, the young man in front of him would not be sitting there for the interview. Instead, he would have disappeared from the public eye." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I won't go into detail about the specific mission." Yi Xuanyang nodded to express her understanding. There were plenty of chicken soup in society, such as the saying, "One day, you will laugh and say what makes you sad." When Jiang Shao smiled and refused to answer, Yi Xuanyang's heart was extremely complicated. Yi Xuanyang sighed deeply and said, "We all know now that you didn't parachute into the Star Arrival Army as a World Cup champion." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Being able to lead this new army is an affirmation of my ability and recognition of my past achievements. The organization trusts my style of carrying out missions, and it's more compatible with the Star Arrival Army. Let me tell you something interesting." "Oh, I'm all ears." Yi Xuanyang's eyes lit up, and she leaned forward slightly. Jiang Shao said, Do you know how the name Star Arrival came about? Yi Xuanyang blinked her large, bright eyes and waited for Jiang Shao to continue without interrupting. Jiang Shao said, "Half a year ago, I represented the Northwest Guardians of the Night and entered the dimensional space from Earth to explore the path to the alien ball. In the end, I found the legendary alien ball. There, I found many lost Chinese soldiers. They were all tenaciously surviving. There were guardians of the night, mountain-shattering army, and wasteland reclaimers. You can't imagine how much shock it would bring to your heart when you see those tenacious and hard-working soldiers surviving in the desolate land. On the alien ball, we set up a special team named Star Arrival to search for other lost soldiers and clean up the star beasts on the alien ball. That's how the name Star Arrival has been passed down." Jiang Shao had specially asked about the origin of the name. Not only did he have to say it, but he also had to let the people of China know how the star beasts that rampaged on Earth disappeared and who worked hard to do it. Jiang Shao didn't lie. The first team he set up included Wang Dachui from Mountain Shattering, who helped to build the base. There was the Hu family couple from the Guardians. There was the Eagle brothers and Zhang Songfu from the Night Guards. There was also He Yun, the founder of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Yi Xuanyang nodded blankly. In fact, when she heard the first sentence about Jiang Shao exploring the path to the alien ball, she was already a little dazed. Jiang Shao only said a short sentence, but he didn't say that he was rushing to die. How determined must a young star warrior with a bright future be to risk his life and barge into the upper levels to explore the unknown? There was an unwritten rule in this world that the Star Warriors, including most ordinary people, were well aware of. Entering the upper dimension meant death. Of course, Jiang Shao didn't explain in detail that he had previously used bait to open up the path to explore the alien ball. However, in the end, Jiang Shao had indeed died more than once. Fortunately, his death was worthwhile. Jiang Shao pointed to the first great wall medal on his left chest and said, "This is also the origin of it." That was the only thing that Jiang Shao could say about the mission to obtain the medal. It was also the mission content that he was required to say. When the star beast disappeared from various regions on Earth, it wasn't a miracle. Instead, in the alien ball, the Star Arrival team, which was formed by various Chinese troops, cleared the star beasts in the corresponding positions in the upper layer. Jiang Shao continued. After that, the various regions in China quickly regained peace because of the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Night Guards, and the Mountain Shattering Army. They rushed over and split into 3 groups to clear all the star beasts in the alien ball. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "I'm very honored that the organization recognized this designation and continued it to form the Star Arrival Army. In fact, the current Star Arrival Army is a new army formed by the Wasteland Reclaimers, the Night Guards, and the Mountain Shattering Army. I like this designation. You can understand it as the arrival of the Star Warrior Army of China. This is also the purpose of the establishment and existence of the Star Arrival Army. I hope that in the future, be it in China or abroad, wherever the Star Warrior Army of China has been, there will be no more wars, only peace." Apex. Chapter 1229. At 8 p.m. the next day, in Jiang Zhao's office building of the Star Lin military. That description sounded a little extravagant, but Jiang Zhao's office building was indeed a small 2-story building. The so-called Star Lin military courtyard was not a real courtyard, but more like a residential area. Jiang Shao, second last, and Yi Zhizhong's offices were all on the same street. There were 3 identical small buildings that were not too far away from each other. The buildings were surrounded by shady trees, and the environment was elegant and peaceful. Apart from the soldiers guarding downstairs, there were only 2 members of the tail feather team in the building, Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue. Most of the members of the tail feather team would return tomorrow, and the night was considered a rare opportunity for them to spend time with their families. Companionship was a beautiful word. Finally, Jiang Shao was free and could spend some time with Han Jiangxue. At this moment, Jiang Shao was wearing a singlet and shorts in the personal lounge on the second floor. He was nestled on the sofa and waiting for the broadcast of Star Warrior World. Jiang Shao was not very interested in watching the episode of his show. However, the television was still turned on at this moment, and it was still on because Han Jiangxue wanted to watch it. While Jiang Shao fiddled with his mobile phone, Han Jiangxue walked in from the door with a plate of watermelon. The change in environment made Han Jiangxue feel a little uncomfortable. Separated by a door, there was a cold and quiet corridor outside the office area, but inside the door was a cozy apartment-style room. The two auras of work and life were separated by only a door, which was indeed a very peculiar scene. Sit properly, you're crooked. Han Jiangxue placed a plate of watermelon on the coffee table and glanced at Jiang Shao. It's almost 8 o'clock. Who has nothing better to do here? Jiang Shao muttered, curled his legs, and lay sideways on the sofa. Change your clothes too. You're getting hot. Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao angrily before turning around and walking into the bedroom. Soon, Han Jiangxue, who had washed up, walked out in a white nightgown. Coincidentally, Star Warrior World had already started on the television. On the screen, Yi Xuanyang was listening attentively to the narration of the person opposite her. As the camera turned, Jiang Zhao's ocean blue figure appeared in front of Han Jiangxue. His military uniform was neat and tidy, and he looked clean and fresh. His smile was gentle, and his eyes were clear. He told the story tirelessly, without his usual playful emphasis. His voice was neither fast nor slow, and he displayed the demeanor of a confident and powerful Star Warrior. He also displayed an image that gave people a sense of security. Han Jiangxue combed her slightly damp hair with one hand and stood in the living room. She then turned around to look at Jiang Shao, who was sprawled out on the sofa. Han Jiangxue felt the veins on her forehead throbbing. For some reason, she had an urge to kick Jiang Shao to the ground. Fortunately, she was not Xia Yan. Otherwise, she would have already raised her leg. Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue sat on the sofa and picked up a piece of watermelon. Huh? Jiang Shao asked as he put the mobile phone away from his face and looked at her in bewilderment. Han Jiangxue pointed at the television and said, "Learn from him." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Seeing the dumbfounded expression on her brother's face, Han Jiangxue smiled and said, "Stop playing with your mobile phone. Come and eat some watermelon." Oh. Jiang Shao sat up, placed his mobile phone on the coffee table, and picked up a piece of watermelon. Crunch, crunch. While eating, he looked at himself on the television, especially at the first medal on his left chest. First class Great Wall Medal. To Jiang Shao, it was not only a great honor, but also a huge gain. After returning to Earth, Jiang Shao and his team members received 2 full moon merit points, which were awarded to them for exploring the alien sphere and hunting down the star transformation leader. Little Jiangxue was a member of Jiang Zhao's team. Of course, she also received a Medal of Merit, which was considered the last merit awarded to them by the Guardians of the Night. The 2 full moon merit points gave Jiang Shao a total of 60,000 skill points. It seemed like a lot, but it depended on who you were compared to. When Jiang Shao received the Great Wall Medal from the 3 military forces, the information from the internal star map almost caused his brain to crash. Obtained the 3 military special, first-class Great Wall Medal. Rewarded with 1 million skill points. 1 million. A total of 1 million. At this moment, the skill points in Jiang Zhao's internal star map had reached 127,4574. Jiang Shao did not expect to receive such a generous reward. He knew that the internal star map recognized the merits very much, but the level of recognition was simply beyond his psychological tolerance. Especially customized limited edition first-class Great Wall Medal from the 3 military forces of China is actually terrifying. All the suffering and loneliness that Jiang Shao had endured in the alien sphere for such a long time had been worth it. Jiang Shao had also carefully planned the use of the skill points. He couldn't let the joy get to his head and waste the skill points. Speaking of which, the skill points seemed to be a lot, but a random star pet would require 100,000 skill points to upgrade to a diamond star technique. If it was a star technique that could be upgraded to a star quality, it would require 1,000,000 skill points. So, forget it, I'd better think about getting 1,000,000 skill points first. As long as I don't spend it, I'll still be happy. After all, it seems to be a considerable amount. In terms of benefits alone, the 3-star techniques of Little Candle should be the most beneficial to all the star beasts. At the thought of Little Candle, Jiang Shao hurriedly summoned Little Candle and held it in his arms. Little Candle blinked its pair of candle eyes as it curiously looked at the surrounding environment. It looked at the unfamiliar furniture, the unfamiliar house, and the unfamiliar. When Little Candle saw the red watermelon, it could no longer be bothered to be unfamiliar. It struggled and leaped out of Jiang Zhao's arms before sitting down on the coffee table. Its tiny feet hopped again, and it faced the ground before pouncing towards the fruit platter. Woo-woo! Little Candle was about to pounce into the fruit platter, but it was hugged by someone in mid-air. Little Candle's tiny feet swayed continuously, and it was extremely greedy. However, ended up in Han Jiangshue's arms. Han Jiangshue picked up a piece of watermelon and brought it to Little Candle's mouth, while controlling the distance between the watermelon and its mouth. As expected, Little Candle howled anxiously, but it only managed to swallow a bit of the watermelon. However, it didn't care about that. The sweet taste lingered in its mouth, and Little Candle squinted its eyes comfortably. It stopped struggling and nestled comfortably in Han Jiangshue's arms while waiting for its mistress to feed it. Jiang Shao looked at the scene with a smile and also wanted to throw 100,000 skill points into Little Candle's star technique collision. However, Jiang Shao hesitated when he did so. The other star pets could all be promoted through battles. However, it was difficult for Little Candle. On one hand, it was because Little Candle didn't really participate in battles. When it turned into a candle cap and clasped on the head of the humming bear, or burned in the eyes of the big fish or the body of the imprisoned dragon, it was considered to have participated in the battle to a certain extent. However, Little Candle wasn't the one leading the battle. After all, it was making use of its biological characteristics to rely on other powerful individuals. Besides, Little Candle had advanced from the brass quality to the diamond quality, which was already a godlike situation. It was originally the weakest creature of the lowest level with a low race value. Even its biological characteristics were dependent on the strong. How high could its maximum growth limit be? That also made it difficult for Little Candle to increase its level through its own efforts. Hence, Jiang Shao could only rely on his skill points to force it to the star quality. Why did he have to increase the level of a star beast like Little Candle? It was because every time it increased its level, Jiang Shao would be able to rely on star pets. After Little Candle surrendered and acted cute, Jiang Zhao's star slot already had a set of clothes, a bamboo bear, 2 big fishes, and a WYRM. Jiang Shao could totally have 1 or 2 more star pets. Well, that was the case conservatively. After all, according to the trend, Little Candle would need 10 skill points to advance to the star quality and 1,000,000 skill points to the moon quality. Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something. Han Jiangshue stared intently at the handsome young man on the television. While feeding Little Candle watermelon, she asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao said, "Do you still remember that we went to Baize's lair when we were chasing him?" "Yeah," Han Jiangshue said, while still staring at the television. Jiang Shao said, "Baize has 2 black fog dolls as star pets. Those star beasts have already gone out of print in the alien sphere. The black fog lost domain on Earth has long disappeared too. However, Baize still has 1 black fog doll left, which was lost on the battlefield of the E family in the Central Plains. Baize didn't put it back into his body. Do you think that little guy will find Baize's island through its memories?" Jiang Shao did not intend to let Little Candle rely on the black fog doll, but his team members and his mecha could. The black fog doll was very good at controlling people. As long as one did not have an extremely special ability to turn star beasts into martial arts, they would definitely die if they were controlled by the black fog doll. It was a superb star pet that could kill and rob. It was a good weapon for sneak attacks and killing single targets. Unfortunately, There was only one black fog doll left outside. With Baze's death, the black fog doll in his body had already died along with its master. Jiang Shao got interested and said, "Shall we go to Baze's island to take a look?" "Shoo!" Han Jiangshu suddenly hushed him, seemingly feeling that Jiang Shao was a little noisy. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see Jiang Shao smiling and telling a story on the television. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Aren't you going to watch me in person? Do you like to watch me on TV? Distance makes the heart grow fonder. I'm just being jealous of myself. There's no one else from the TV." Yi Xuanyang's sigh could be heard. "This is truly a journey full of legends. I believe that what you said today is just the tip of the iceberg in the process of your conquest. Even so, the dangers involved are enough to make us break out in cold sweat. We were not fortunate enough to witness the journey of the Chinese army in the alien sphere. However, every piece of land that you have passed through in the alien sphere has been clearly reflected on Earth. Besides, during the 7 days when Earth and the alien sphere rapidly merged, people have also seen you fighting all the way from the land of Sichuan to the land of Kainan. I think this is the epitome of your dedication to fighting day and night. History will remember the faces of every hero." Jiang Shao nodded gently and said, "I also hope that the newly formed Star Arrival Army can live up to everyone's expectations and follow in the footsteps of the Wasteland Reclaimers, Guardians of the Night, Mountain Shattering Army, Victor's Army, Guardian's Army, and other Star Warriors Army to complete the mission given to us by this era. It's very official." Han Jiangxue suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao grinned and said, "I want to be mischievous, but I dare not. This is a very serious interview." Han Jiangxue reached out and patted Jiang Zhao's face gently. "No, I'm not talking about you. I'm praising you. Your response was very good." Jiang Shao looked upset and muttered, "You're my teammate, not my Zhengwei." Han Jiangxue retracted her hand with a smile and said, "Let's go to Baze's lair to take a look. I'll go change my clothes." "Change what clothes?" As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, he teleported away with her. "There's no one on the island, so I'll just wear pajamas since I'm the only one who can see them." Together with Little Candle, the two of them arrived at a small island in the southern sea near Japan. Han Jiangxue hurriedly changed from sitting to standing and put on her slippers while standing steadily on the ground. The small candle in her arms lit up the dark island. The island was rather cool on a summer night, surrounded by green trees, and the surroundings were quiet. The sound of waves could be vaguely heard in the distance. It used to be Baze and Nana Z's lair. Back then, Jiang Shao found it according to the guidance of the 9-Star Eyes. Baze had built a basement for himself, and when Jiang Shao first entered, he flipped through some books. However, as the 9-Star Eyes reversed time and saw what Baze and Nana Z were doing in the basement, Jiang Shao realized that he didn't even have a place to stay. The pair of 9-Star Eyes could indeed be called peeping eyes. Jiang Shao was a hot-blooded young man who would always be energetic as long as he didn't overuse the star transformation technique. Once he saw the live broadcast, which was a 3D, immersive version, he couldn't take it. Jiang Shao was still reminiscing when Han Jiangxue suddenly turned around and looked at the big tree next to the entrance of the basement in the distance. Under the tree, there was a big-headed doll shrouded in pitch-black mist, sitting there all alone. Its tiny arms were wrapped in mist, and it was hugging its knees while its ruby-like eyes were staring at the ground silently. Its tiny body was curled up into a ball, like a puppy waiting for its owner to return. It stayed quietly under the tree, with its large head resting on its knees, motionless. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Did this little guy really find it? Sensing that someone was coming, the black mist doll immediately stood up with a wary expression. Jiang Shao thought about it and casually opened the space door. Behind the door, Star Transformation Nana Z walked out. She was not Nana Z, but Jiang Kelly. As for why she didn't transform into Baze, well, it was because Jiang Kelly was only 168 centimeters tall, while Baze was 184 centimeters. Their heights didn't match, and it would be too easy for them to be exposed. The Black Mist Doll had clearly remembered who Jiang Shao was. He was the enemy from back then. However, when the Black Mist Doll saw Nana Z, it was stunned. Mistress? With a cold expression, Nana Z hooked her finger at the Black Mist Doll. Jiang Shao took a step back and was overjoyed. Back then, he didn't waste his time reversing time. He knew Nana Z's attitude toward star pets. Jiang Shao was very confident about abducting the big-headed doll. After all, women were very intelligent creatures, with no less than 10,000 faces. As for our classmate Jiang Kelly, she has been a woman for a long time, gentle, cold, dignified, sexy, passionate, and unrestrained. Weird, whatever you want, Jiang Kelly, have it all. Chapter 1230. On the pitch-black island, Han Jiangxue was holding a small candle in her arms, providing some light to the surroundings. In her line of sight, Jiang Kelly, who had transformed into Nana Z, was looking down at the pitiful creature that had moved to her feet with her hands behind her back. Jiang Kelly wanted to squat down and comfort the lonely little guy. But from what Jiang Shao had seen when he went back in time, he could tell that Nanzi treated star pets like slaves. She didn't have too many emotions, and it was purely a slave relationship. Hence, although Jiang Kelly wanted to, she couldn't squat down and comfort the Black Fog Doll. Jiang Shao said, "It's no longer in the infant stage, but it has a certain level of intelligence and can follow someone around." Due to the fact that Jiang Kelly couldn't speak Japanese or English with a Japanese accent, she remained silent and simply looked down at the little guy. On the other hand, the Black Fog Doll carefully moved towards Jiang Kelly's feet, raised its head, and stared at her with its ruby eyes. After a long while, when the mistress didn't respond, the Black Fog Doll stretched out its small hand and carefully tugged at Jiang Kelly's trousers with a pitiful look. Upon sight of this, Han Jiangxue asked, "Are you going to let it follow your mecha?" Jiang Shao said, "Let Jiang Kelly transform into Nana Z and meet at once. That's the limit." Jiang Kelly didn't even dare to speak now, for fear that she would definitely be exposed. Let the Black Fog Doll follow you. It can be considered a form of insurance. If any Star Warrior approaches you, it can control them. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "Don't you plan to let Little Candle rely on it?" She didn't know that there was a limit to the number of times Little Candle could rely on it. Of course, the limited edition Black Fog Doll was actually very useful too. If Little Candle could rely on it, Jiang Shao would be able to increase its rank and the quality of its star techniques. In terms of control, it should be very powerful. However, Jiang Zhao's team already had AO long. Hence, he had no choice in terms of control. Jiang Shao said, "You know, the Huaxing couple and Plato don't have any other star pets apart from the soul of the Sea Devourer." Han Jiangxue said, "Yeah." Jiang Shao said, "I reckon that crazy Star Warriors like them will kill their star pets after advancing to a certain level to empty their star slots. Of course, we are not that kind of people, but we can learn from the way they interact with star beasts. After all, for astral beasts that possess a certain level of intelligence, as long as we treat them well and treat them like pets, they will live and fight alongside us." Han Jiangxue looked at the pitiful Black Fog Doll at Jiang Kelly's feet and said, "It looks very loyal." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded. If he wasn't mistaken, the Black Fog Doll must have traveled a long way to find him. After returning home, it realized that its master was not around and had been staying under the tree. If Jiang Shao and the others hadn't come, would it have stayed here forever? It's a pity that it followed a master who doesn't cherish it. Han Jiangxue stared at Jiang Kelly's condescending expression and said in a cold voice, causing the temperature of the hot summer night to drop significantly. They were talking in Chinese, so there was no need to worry that the Black Fog Doll could understand them. Han Jiangxue said, "Let follow me." "Okay." Jiang Shao made a prompt decision. In the distance, Jiang Kelly, who had been silent and indifferent to the Black Fog Doll's flattery, finally turned around and pointed at Han Jiangxue. The Black Fog Doll hurriedly walked towards Jiang Kelly's legs and got into a fighting stance. At the next moment, a hand landed in front of it. Huh? The black fog doll turned around curiously and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Its mistress actually squatted down. I can get closer to her now. Jiang Kelly stretched her arms out and looked like she was going to hug the black fog doll. The black fog doll hurriedly condensed and compressed its body that had been in a state of fog all year round. The hairstyle on its adorable head that looked like ice cream became clearer. Without saying a word, Jiang Kelly picked up the black fog doll and strode towards Han Jiangxue. Jiang Xiao grabbed Little Candle while Han Jiangxue extended her hand towards Jiang Kelly, who was walking towards them with the doll in her arms. Ha. The black fog doll struggled a little, but was still hugged by Han Jiangxue. It hurriedly turned its head to look at its mistress, but the mistress in front of it waved goodbye and strode towards the gate of the Calamity Ruins. Huh? The black fog doll stretched out its small hands and reached for its mistress's back. However, it could only see her ruthless back view. Its mistress did not respond at all. The pair of small hands froze in the air, and its ruby eyes dimmed a little. Are you going to give me to someone else? Huh. The black fog doll suddenly struggled violently while yelling anxiously. It struggled out of Han Jiangxue's arms and scurried towards its mistress. The mistress, who had stepped into the space portal, finally stopped and turned her head abruptly with a stern gaze. The black fog doll stopped abruptly and stood still. The mistress slowly raised her hand and pointed at Han Jiangxue again before turning around and entering the space portal. The gate of the Calamity Ruins closed immediately. At the side, Jiang Xiao sighed in his heart. Star Pet is a good Star Pet, but it's a pity that it has two scum masters. The members of Planet Conversion are criminals, but that's a matter for human society. However, as masters, be it Baze or Nana Z, they had always been bossy towards Star Pets. They would scold them whenever they were slightly dissatisfied and use them as tools. The crux of the problem was that even so, the black fog doll was still very loyal to them. It was so loyal that it would sit under the tree and wait for its master to return. Since it could become Baze's star pet, it meant that it had followed Baze since it was a cub. Perhaps the way it was raised from a young age made it think that the relationship between master and servant was supposed to be like that. Han Jiangxue took a step forward, squatted down, and hugged the little guy that had just reached her knees. Being hugged in a warm embrace, the fragrance of a bath wafted into its nose. However, the black fog doll did not enjoy it at all. Instead, it hung its head low and remained silent. Go, comfort it. Jiang Xiao squatted down and placed Little Candle on the ground before patting its jelly-like skin. Although they were both adorable, Little Candle's life was obviously better. It was as if it had grown up in a honey jar. It hopped towards the black fog doll. Oh, Little Candle was once good friends with the black fog doll in Baze's body. Hence, it was indeed very happy to see the black fog doll again. It wondered where its former playmate had gone. The humming whale and the poo-poo whale knew where Little Candle's playmate had gone, but it did not tell Little Candle. In fact, when the black fog doll died, Little Candle was also there. It turned into a flame spiral pattern and hovered above the sea, devouring Robe. However, it did not understand why Baze's playmate died together with it. Little Candle looked at the black fog doll in front of him, the ice cream curly hair on its head, the cloud-shaped scarf that looked like cotton candy under its huge head, and the round little hands that looked like they were wearing little boxing gloves. Everything was the same as its former playmate. In fact, Little Candle even began to fantasize about whether this was the playmate that it had not seen for a long time. However, the black fog doll was not in a good mood at this moment, and it seemed to find the Little Candle in front of it rather annoying. It turned around and burrowed its head into Han Jiangxue's arms, hiding its face. Jiang Xiao brought Han Jiangxue back to the Starlin courtyard and returned to his office, building, and apartment. Jiang Xiao believed that Han Jiangxue would be able to take good care of the black fog doll, and he also believed that the black fog doll would slowly become happier under the influence of Little Candle's naive personality. Han Jiangxue had a little bodyguard, and the black fog doll had someone who truly loved and cherished it. The ending was perfect. In fact, Han Jiangxue was not a person who cared too much. That was her personality, and she was not easy to get along with. She would only give warmth to a few people. However, that was only for people. For her own star pets, such as the star dragon, Han Jiangxue had a close relationship with it as her mother. Jiang Shao believed that she would be able to give the poor little guy more love and warmth in its future life. That night, the black fog doll stayed by Han Jiangxue's bedside and followed the orders of its former owner to protect and follow Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue did not have the habit of hugging others to sleep. Hence, she had to display Xia Yan's shameless spirit in order to snuggle in her bed. However, tonight, Han Jiangxue took the initiative to carry the black fog doll onto the bed and pinched its soft, cloud-shaped scarf while slowly falling asleep. The black fog doll, who had been in a nebulized state all year round, discovered that its new owner liked its soft body very much. Hence, it deliberately condensed a physical body. It allowed Han Jiangxue to hug its cotton candy-like body and close its pair of ruby-like eyes before gradually falling asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shao went to various places to pick up his team members. The other soldiers rushed to the capital from all over the country and returned to the team on their own. However, Jiang Zhao's tail-feather team was filled with bosses, and Jiang Shao had to personally pick them up. Their first stop was Guishi. When Jiang Shao snatched Gu Shiren back from his uncle, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Like I said, you have to come in the morning. If I had come to pick you up last night, I definitely wouldn't have been able to go back. Jiang Shao bade farewell to the enthusiastic Uncle Gu and couldn't help but feel fearful. Come on, my uncle can't drink as much as you. Gu Shiren pursed his lips and put his arm around Jiang Zhao's shoulder. I'll skip the pleasantries. My uncle has accepted the Diamond Desperado star beads that you gave him. Unfortunately, his star slot is full, and he can only absorb them later. Jiang Shao flashed away with Gu Shiren and arrived in front of a teaching building. He said, with the blade of Desperado and the body of Desperado, I can greatly ensure my safety. I really have no choice. You know, the country is very strict about spatial star techniques. Otherwise, of course I know. Gu Shiren looked up at the teaching building in front of him and asked, where is this? Jiang Shao said, Yinzhao Star and Warrior University. We're here to pick up I Ching Chen. Jiang Shao then pushed Gu Shiren away with his shoulder and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. While making a call, he smiled and greeted the guard who was in a daze at the door. The old man scratched his head and thought, this kid should be a student of our school, right? Anyway, he looks a little familiar. Chapter 12:31. The campus of Yinzhao Star Warriors University was very quiet. Although the local universities had yet to start their summer break, most of the students went out to help the local police force maintain social order under the guidance of the practical teachers. Hence, there were very few people in the school. Yinzhao, Tianjin, and the capital were the second batch of areas that Jiang Shao had cleared. The release of the Star Beasts had already been restricted to one city. The Star Warriors University students went out to help the local police force and maintain order. They did not face the Star Beasts, but the overlapping terrain after the Earth and the alien planet merged, causing trouble to people's lives. Earth and the alien planet merged for a full 7 days. During those 7 days, it was as if the two planets in two dimensions were constantly adjusting and experimenting. When the two planets finally merged, it presented a strange harmony to the world. There were no conflicts between buildings and terrain, no landslides, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters. All the terrain was ingeniously merged together. However, even so, the merged terrain still brought great trouble to human society. I'm under the teaching building, Jiang Shao said as he looked up at the teaching building after the call connected. On the 4th floor, a window was pushed open and I Ching Chen waved downstairs. Pippi here. Jiang Shao and Gu Shiren flashed up and saw I Ching Chen at the window, as well as I Ching Chen's mother, Dong Tingyue, who was sitting behind the principal's desk. She had aged quite a lot. It was probably because she had been working hard day and night. Jiang Shao had a deep impression of this strong woman who was rather picky at the corners of her eyes. When he first saw her, she had a head full of black hair and was full of energy. However, at this moment, her hair had turned slightly white. Jiang Shao sighed in his heart. They're all respectable people, but they're so busy that they don't even have time to dye their hair. Principal Dong. Jiang Shao nodded at Dong Tingwei. Dong Tingwei had already stood up, stepped forward, and extended her hand to Jiang Shao. Hello, Deputy Commander Jiang. He shook hands with Dong Tingwei and corrected himself. Don't call me that, Annie. Just call me Xiaopi. Dong Tingwei's expression became much gentler, and she looked at Jiang Shao with the same gentle gaze as she had during the apprenticeship ceremony. Thanks to you for taking care of Qing Chun and Xiao Tao. When her husband and daughter entered the alien sphere, it caused Dong Tingwei a lot of trouble. However, everything was in the past now. Her husband had gone to the Xinglin army and became Zheng Wei, improving his career. As for her daughter, when she returned, her strength had reached a level that Dong Tingwei could not imagine. The family had followed the right people. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, By the way, Annie Dong, I'm in the same unit as Uncle Lee now. When you're free, call Uncle Lee more often and ask him not to be too strict with me. Hee hee. Hearing this, Dong Tingwei couldn't help but chuckle. With Yi Qingchen around and Jiang Shao not putting on airs, Dong Tingwei looked at Jiang Shao even more amicably. Jiang Shao loosened his grip and said, Well, Annie Dong, I'll take Qingchen back. Dong Tingwei nodded her head and said, All right, go back quickly. Young man, work is more important. When we're done with this part, ask Qingchen to bring his comrades from the tail feather squad over. Aunt Dong will show you her culinary skills. Okay. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and threw out the star power threads before heading to Jiangbin with Yi Qingchen. Dong Tingwei heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to her desk. She sat down and looked at the spot where Jiang Shao and the other two had left. She smiled and shook her head. When her daughter became her apprentice, this child was only a lieutenant colonel and a deputy regiment commander. However, in just a year's time, he had already become a deputy regiment commander and a major general. Dong Tingwei had a rich life experience. As the principal of Yin Zhao Xingwu University, what had she not seen? However, she had never seen such a potential stock who had such incredible potential. It was simply too terrifying. What was even more terrifying was Jiang Zhao's attitude toward her, which made her feel emotional. He was a young man who had to be looked up to by everyone in terms of status and was at the peak of strength. How much suffering did he have to go through to be able to remain so humble? Jiangbin City, West City. Jiang Shao, Gu Shi, and Yi Qingchen teleported to the entrance of a residential area in the west of the city. Although it was said to be the west of Jiangbin City, it was actually almost a junction between Jiangbin City and North Linzi City. This city was also a new city that was quickly built by the country's military forces in the past 6 months. It used to be just a wilderness. Unlike most cities, Jiangbin City was the Tinder city of Beijiang province. All the people in the 7 counties and 3 cities under its jurisdiction, including the urban area, had long been evacuated. The country would arrange residences for a large number of people in the surrounding cities, or let them seek refuge with relatives in other provinces. The country would provide financial compensation. A large number of soldiers were stationed in Jiangbin City. The bustling provincial capital in the past was now silent. The Guardians of the Night, the Guardians, the Victor's Legion, and so on had taken over the place a long time ago. Xia Yan's home was no longer the original one, but a building for the wasteland reclaimers in the west of Jiangbin City. The people of this city had sacrificed a lot for China, just like the residents of the Tinder cities and dozens of other provinces, because they had no choice but to leave their hometown. Earth had merged with the alien ball, and there was no longer a projection. Hence, there was no dimensional space or holy ground. Hence, in order to ensure the species of star beasts and the acquisition of star beads, a special city had to be left in every province. At this moment, apart from the Jiangbin City area that had been cleared by the troops and the establishment of the Joint Operations Command Center, The 7 counties and 3 cities under its jurisdiction had all become a playground for star beasts. It was a large-scale star beast playground that occupied an area of more than 50,000 square kilometers. In the Steel City that was submerged by the giant forest, there were white ghouls everywhere, as well as white ghoul witches that wandered around. In the past, the white ghouls liked to climb trees, but now they could fly around in high-rise buildings like King Kong. In the wilderness, in the rolling volcanic mountains, there was a lava ghoul witch and its lava ghoul legion, as well as huge lava ghoul generals and lava ghoul warriors that wandered around. In the quiet villages, groups of savages moved into the villages that used to be inhabited by humans. They had a certain culture and awareness of their own race. Led by the savage sorcerers and savage witches of various tribes, they occupied land and established savage villages. The savages also tried to study and use the daily necessities left behind by the human villagers. Clearly, they had entered the stage of self-exploration and civilization. On the other hand, the Ape Ghoul King led its Ape Ghoul Legion to wander outside the villages and towns or settle in the deep mountains and forests. They were born to like the wilderness, deep forests, and mountains. After suddenly coming to this world that was filled with human buildings, they drew a clear line between themselves and the savages. It was a star beast playground that was cleverly blended with steel cities, small towns, villages, and primitive terrains. At this stage, the various star beasts were still occupying territories and familiarizing themselves with their new living places. However, Jiang Shao reckoned that it would not be long before the various forces went to war. By then, human intervention would be inevitable. The Guardians of the Night and the Guardians would not let the star beasts fight to their heart's content and cause large-scale casualties. After all, the creatures in the entire Jiangbin star beast playground could be considered to have been reared in captivity by China. The mission of the star beasts was to reproduce and continue the race. They did not provide humans with star beads. However, to be honest, Jiang Shao was not afraid that the star beasts would go extinct. Instead, he felt that killing them was a way to control the number of star beasts. It was because the reproduction ability of the star beasts was particularly strong, which humans could not compare to. The white ghouls had taught Jiang Shao many vivid lessons during the years when he was fighting all over the place. There was once when Jiang Shao was in the land of Beijiang, where he was transforming into Jiang Guiwu and summoning the white ghouls to run with him. However, a white ghoul gave birth to a cub while running. The mother of the white ghoul did not rest after giving birth. Instead, she carried her child and continued to run with Jiang Guiwu and the rest. You're telling me that such creatures can go extinct? Even if all humans die, the white ghouls can't go extinct, right? You're here, Jiang Shao. Xia Yan ran to the entrance of the courtyard and waved at Jiang Shao. Due to the fact that Jiangbin City was a frontline city, the security in the city was extremely strict. Jiang Shao couldn't directly flash into the residential area. The three of them were talking to the soldiers at the entrance of the residential area when Xia Yan flashed to the entrance. Xia Yan handed a pass to the soldiers and said, "This is my comrade." Of course, the soldiers knew who Jiang Shao was. They had long recognized him. After receiving the pass of the residential area, the soldiers stood straight with a conflicted expression and saluted Jiang Shao. Please do not use your spatial star techniques here. It will easily cause unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shao nodded in understanding and said, We're leaving now, don't. Come in for breakfast. My mom has already made breakfast. Xia Shanhai is waiting for you at home too. Hurry and come, Xia Yin said as she grabbed Jiang Shao's arm and dragged him into the courtyard. Jiang Shao looked upset and said, It's 9:30 in the morning now. You're having a late meal, aren't you? Jiang Shao deliberately chose to pick up Gu Shi and Yi Qing Chun at 9 a.m. because he didn't want to be late for breakfast and lunch. He didn't want me asked to stay. I heard that you're coming to pick me up. My mom got up early to prepare. You have to come. Xia Yin hugged Jiang Shao's arm and led him inside. Good Jiang Shao, be good Jiang Shao. Hurry and come home with me. Jiang Shao was speechless. What is this girl trying to do? At the top, Chapter 12:32. While dragging Jiang Shao forward, Xia Yin turned around to look at Gu Shiren and Yi Qingchen. Have the two of you eaten yet? The two of them looked at each other and wanted to say that they had eaten a long time ago. However, they hesitated for a moment and shook their heads sensibly. That's more like it. Let's go. Xia Yin tugged on her slippers and dragged them along forcefully, finally bringing her comrades home. Xia Yin reckoned that she must have received an order from her mother, Hiziyun. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a strong request. At home, Jiang Shao not only met Xia Shanhai and his wife, but also someone from his memory, Aunt Zhou, Xia Yan's nanny. When Jiang Shao was still in the Stardust stage, he was thrown into the basement of Xia Yan's villa to train. During those tough days, Aunt Zhou cooked different dishes for Jiang Shao every day. Jiang Shao would never forget that. Ah, Xiaopi, you've grown so big and tall in the blink of an eye. Aunt Zhou was full of emotions. She seemed to want to pat Jiang Shao on the shoulder, but her hands eventually landed on the apron. Ah, Aunt Zhou, it's been a few years since we last met. How had you been? Jiang Shao replied with a smile. Indeed, Jiang Shao was only a 172 centimeters tall high school student at that time, but now he was already 182 centimeters tall. He no longer looked childish and immature, and he could already be considered a man after going through all sorts of hardships and hardships. Well, at least he was a young man. What a good match, what a good match. Aunt Zhou couldn't help but grin as she looked at Xia Yin, who was hugging Jiang Zhao's arm for fear that he would run away. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yin blushed and stomped her feet. Aunt Zhou. Okay, let's go in. Aunt Zhou continued to chatter while taking Jiang Zhao's slippers. But this girl is too tall. If she were shorter, they would be more compatible. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Hee. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yin could not help but snicker while blushing. Jiang Shao was displeased and turned to look at Xia Yin. What are you laughing at? Xia Yin stared at Jiang Shao in disdain, but didn't say anything. Me? Jiang Shao said, if you dare to laugh again, I'll cut off your leg. It just so happens that Qingchen is here. I'll cut off 10 centimeters of your thigh and throw it away. Then, I'll have her reattach your leg. Xia Yan's eyes widened as she hugged Jiang Zhao's arm. She raised her elbow and hit Jiang Zhao's ribs. Are you a dog? Shrimpy is here. Hiziyun also walked out of the kitchen, only to see Jiang Shao bending over like a shrimp. Jiang Shao covered his ribs with a pained expression, changed into slippers, and entered the house. He waved at Hiziyun, but before he could say anything, he saw Xia Shanhai reading the newspaper on the sofa in the living room. There are guests in your house, yet you don't know how to greet them? You're sitting quite steadily. Isn't the newspaper pretty good? I'm already in the house, and you don't even raise your head? Uncle Xia is so powerful. I can't have this kind of father-in-law. Hiziyun followed Jiang Zhao's gaze and looked at Xia Shanhai too. She frantically said, Old Xia, hurry and call for help. Hearing this, Xia Shanhai, who was pretending to read the newspaper, had his face stiffened slightly. Call for help? What are you talking about? Xia Shanhai put down the newspaper, looked up at his wife, and asked, Am I a child? Jiang Shao was amused too. He covered his ribs and bent over. Who's not a baby? Uncle Xia doesn't look old this year. I reckon he's at most 600 months old. You rascal, Xia Shanhai scolded jokingly and threw the newspaper at Jiang Shao. Ever since Jiang Shao and Xia Shanhai met on the alien planet, they had become much closer. Besides, old he was around too, so their communication style was rather casual. To be honest, Xia Shanhai liked such an atmosphere. It would be even better if Xia Yin could joke with him one day. Before eating this meal, Jiang Shao had never thought that breakfast could be so sumptuous. Or rather, it should be called brunch. Mrs. Xia was full of gratitude and continuously thanked Jiang Shao for taking care of Xia Yin. Jiang Shao was a little embarrassed and had no choice but to bury his head and eat. Compared to the parents of his comrades, Jiang Shao and Xia Shanhai were obviously closer because of his own parents. Xia Shanhai also took the attitude of an elder and repeatedly reminded Jiang Shao at the dining table. In the end, He Ziyun couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Xia Shanhai's love. Clearly, Xia Shanhai was instructing Jiang Shao and speaking to Xia Yan. Poor dad. He even had to use such a method to care for his daughter. That made Jiang Shao feel like he was the servant of the crown prince. When the crown prince made a mistake, the teacher couldn't reprimand the crown prince and could only reprimand the servant. After the meal, Jiang Shetong also received a reward from Crown Prince Xia, which was a Huawei P40 Pro. After the meal, Jiang Shetong and the others sat on the sofa and chatted with Xia Shanhai. When they talked about forming a new army, Xia Yan sat beside Jiang Shao with her mobile phone in hand. Here, Jiang Shao grabbed the mobile phone. Due to the fact that it was already unsealed, Jiang Shao thought that it was a phone. After taking a look, he realized that there was nothing inside. "What's up? It's for you." Xia Yan crossed her legs and continued. "I saw the comments on your Weibo. Many of them feel sorry for you and said that your mobile phone is a few years old. I finally understand. If I don't buy it for you, you won't get a new one, as long as it's usable." While speaking, Jiang Shao hurriedly took out his mobile phone and found a toothpick box on a coffee table. He then took out a toothpick and took out the card in the mobile phone. Xia Yan said, "I've already installed the software for you. Let's try it out." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Is there a need to try it out? The quality of a gift from Crown Prince Xia is guaranteed." "You're giving me another nickname again." Xia Yan nudged Jiang Shao with her shoulder in displeasure before leaning her head closer. She rested her chin on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and stared at the mobile phone in his hand. She urged with a look of anticipation, "Hurry up and open your Weibo." After the broadcast of Star Warriors World, you received a lot of comments. Don't you have time to read them? Stunned for a moment, Jiang Shao asked, "How did you know?" Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, "I didn't see you rebuking others." Jiang Shao was speechless. He clicked on Weibo and indeed saw a group of netizens' comments. However, this time, most of them were warm and grateful messages. There didn't seem to be many idiotic netizens. This one, "Look, I'm so happy." Xia Yan reached out her finger and scrolled down a few pages before clicking on one of the comments. On the other hand, Jiang Shao also found a familiar scent. Shocking. A college student who's not even 20 years old actually did such a thing secretly. The comments were all filled with astonishment, and Jiang Shao was rather dumbfounded. Shocking. The strongest in history. In-depth unveiling. Unheard of. Regret if you don't read it. The truth that 99% of people don't know. If you don't change, you're not Chinese. Shocking. An active duty soldier actually beat up a high school student in public for the sake of getting extra points for the college entrance examination. Shocking. The deputy commander of a Chinese Special Forces brigade actually beat up a college student from all over the world just for the sake of an interview. Xia Yan tried to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't hold it in anymore. "Ha ha ha." Jiang Shao tilted his head and moved her mouth away from his ear. Listening to her hateful laughter, Jiang Shao tapped on the screen with his fingers and sent a Weibo post. "Jiang Shao, are you mischievous? I just posted from Huawei P40 Pro. I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but I ended up alienating you. Okay, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. P.S. The mobile phone was given to me by an enthusiastic netizen. Thank you, Hong Yan." Xia Yan's eyes widened, and she strangled Jiang Zhao's neck. "I'm an enthusiastic netizen." Jiang Shao frantically grabbed her arm, feeling a little out of breath. "Didn't you read the comments on Weibo before giving me this mobile phone? I've been with you for 5 whole years, and now you've become an enthusiastic netizen?" Xia Yan was infuriated. She let go of her arm and grabbed Jiang Zhao's head with both hands. Jiang Zhao's head swayed from side to side as the world spun. He Ziyun had just walked out of the kitchen with a plate of fruits and was immediately stunned. Xia Shanhai, who was on the other side of the sofa, also wanted to say something but hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should stop there. After all, his relationship with his daughter was rather strained. Besides, Xia Yan was already at the mid-stage of the Starry Sky stage and was about to enter the late stage of the Starry Sky stage. Xia Shanhai was only at the peak of starry sky. Jiang Shao said, "You guys saw it. It's your daughter first, star power upgrade. Starry sky stage level 5. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What's going on? I've been upgraded? In the past few days, Jiang Shao did not activate the cultivation buff or star power abundance in order to not attract attention. However, even so, his star power realm has actually increased. Indeed, at the age of 20, the body grows very quickly, coupled with the foundation laid by crazy training and battles. It was worth mentioning that after the fusion of the alien ball and Earth, it was a catastrophe for all the countries in the world. However, for the Star Warriors, it was a sumptuous feast. It was because, ever since the fusion with the alien ball, the star power on Earth that was initially thin had become extremely abundant, making it very suitable for human cultivation. Seeing that Jiang Shao was still in a daze and didn't respond for a long time, Xia Yin stopped and looked at him curiously. He couldn't be angry, could he? That shouldn't be the case. Xia Yin knew Jiang Shao very well and knew that he wouldn't get angry over such a small quarrel. Yun sensed her daughter's awkwardness and was about to smooth things over when she saw Jiang Shao turning to look at Xia Yin. "You're so clear about this. You're really enlightened." Jiang Shao pressed his hand on Xia Yin's face and pushed her away. He then activated Star Power Abundance and consolidated the Star Power Realm that had just been upgraded. "Master, I'm enlightened." Xia Yin tilted her body and tried to twist her face to look at Jiang Shao, only to feel the rich star power flickering and gathering in the room. At level 5, which was the threshold of the middle stage of the Starry Sky realm, Jiang Shao threw 10,000 points into it and stepped into the late stage of the Starry Sky realm. All in one go. Star Power Upgrade. Starry Sky Stage Level 6. All of a sudden, more rich star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body like a transparent and thick stream of water, making it difficult for him to breathe. It also wrapped around Xia Yin. Xia Yin suddenly broke free from Jiang Zhao's palm and raised her head to take deep breaths while her chest rose and fell violently. After being transformed by the Star Warrior era, she was stuck at the threshold of the middle stage of the Starry Sky realm. In fact, she had always thought that she could directly enter the late stage of the Starry Sky realm and was just a little bit away. As the rich star power surged in from all directions, the star map in front of Xia Yan's chest also bloomed. Vaguely, Jiang Shao murmured in shock. "What the heck? Great. Master, you're enlightened too?" In the kitchen, Annie Zhou looked at the man and woman on the sofa, who were both having an epiphany. She smiled lovingly and muttered, "They're a good match. They're really a good match. If it really doesn't work, I'll just cut off his leg." Apex. Chapter 1233. By the time the Tail Feather Squad returned to the Star Lin military courtyard, it was already noon, just in time for lunch. Han Jiangxue wanted to take them out for lunch, but they all rejected her. Even the most obedient Yi Qingchen expressed that he couldn't eat anymore. Well, Yi Qingchen was indeed full. He decided to use dog food to make up for the lack of food. Jiang Shao also asked Han Jiangxue to stay behind and held a meeting in the conference room of the office building. Watching the members of the team enter, Jiang Shao stood in the corridor, opened the window, and yelled, "Hey, is anyone here? Damn it, I wonder when Zhang Songfu will come." "Here." The soldiers who were standing guard downstairs immediately walked out and stood in the open space before looking up at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "Get the canteen to keep a portion of food and bring it to me in 20 minutes. Yes. Behind him, Han Jiangxue said helplessly, "If you don't want to eat, so be it. It's just a meal." Jiang Shao turned around and pushed Han Jiangxue towards the conference room. He said, "How can we do that? We have the conditions now, so we have to eat. When we go to the battlefield in the future, you'll be hungry." In the conference room, everyone took their seats. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "When I met with the captain previously, he only asked me in second last to serve in the Star Lin military. Logically speaking, you guys should stay in the Tail Feather Brigade and fill in the vacancies." Han Jiangxue knew about the conversation between second last and Jiang Shao the night before, and she immediately understood what Jiang Shao meant. Her younger brother didn't want to stand in the way of his brother's progress, and hence, he was preparing to assign the members of the Tail Feather Squad to serve in the army. The members of the Tail Feather Squad had made outstanding contributions and were promoted quickly. 6th last, 7th last, and 8th last were all colonels at this time, while 5th last was also a lieutenant colonel. They were more than qualified to be regimental cadres. Jiang Shao organized his thoughts and continued. The night before yesterday, I discussed with second last. You guys are members of my Tail Feather Squad, and there are many paths for you to choose from for your future development. I prefer one of them, which is to let you lead the team of 300 people. Yi Qingchun blinked and thought, I'm going to go from an obedient member to a regimental commander, and to lead 300 people? This, Jiang Shao said, I think you guys should train a little. Today, 300 people will be returning to the team. The Star Imminent Army will also divide them into 3 divisions. You guys could be the second in command in the division first to gain experience and lead the team. You can't stay in a small team forever. Xia Yin asked anxiously, What about you? Become a leader without an army? Jiang Shao scratched his head. Xia Yan's words were rather accurate. Deputy Commander Jiang didn't have a single soldier under his command. Truly a lone leader. Gu Shiren said softly, Brother, your body is a little fragile now. My star techniques are of high quality too. Everyone will feel more at ease if I stay by your side. Jiang Shao smiled and waved his hand. I also have a plan. I want to make the best use of my mecha. Jiang Latu was a Starry Sky mage, while Jiang Kelly and Marta were Starry Sky melee fighters. Moreover, there was also the Hua Xing couple. Both of them were at the Star End stage. One was a melee fighter, and the other was a healer. They have a complete set of star techniques and are extremely powerful. It would be a waste for them to stay in my calamity world to guard the place. Gu Shiren grinned. That was true, but Jiang Shao was still a one-man army. Jiang Shao raised his hand and stopped them from talking. He continued, According to the current world situation, there is no doubt that the Star Imminent Army has a lot of room for development in the future. We will definitely expand. You guys are all Chinese soldiers and have parents who want your children to succeed. Be a deputy commander first and use it as a springboard for future development. At present, we don't have any missions of special difficulty. You guys will grow too slowly if you stay by my side. Of course, you guys will still be members of the Tail Feather Squad. Once there are special missions, I will recall you immediately. Before anyone could speak, Jiang Shao made a decision. That's settled, 5-tailed, 6-tailed, and 7-tailed. During the meeting in the afternoon, I will recommend the 3 of you to the 2 leaders in the army to be the deputies of the 3 divisions. I hope that you guys can grow up quickly and change your way of thinking as soon as possible. Learn to be a leader and learn to lead a large-scale army into battle. We're all very young and have a bright future ahead of us. Don't restrict yourselves. Gu Shiren sighed deeply, feeling Jiang Zhao's deep concern for him. Such words shouldn't be used among people of the same age, not to mention that Jiang Shao was younger than them. Without the medical star technique, Jiang Shao still took care of everyone in all aspects of life and work. He was indeed worthy of being a deputy commander. Han Jiangxue heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, she had been worried that Jiang Shao would send her out to be a deputy commander too. Okay, you may leave now. Shiren, you stay. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Shiren, stay. Seeing that Jiang Shao was going to talk to Gu Shiren in private, the few of them had no choice but to leave helplessly. Jiang Shao said, I have a meeting at 1 p.m. Wait for me here at 1:30. Gu Shiren asked, Jiang Shao said, I've been too busy recently and haven't had the time to spare. Now that you're back, the Star Army is probably going to be deployed soon. I'll use Star Warrior Era to transform your body today. The page of the human body transformation diagram in Star Warrior Era was also wrinkled, and he reckoned that it could only be used a few times. Hence, he decided to give it to the people closest to him first. Okay, Gu Shiren nodded immediately. At 1 p.m. in the afternoon, the three members of the Star Army held a meeting. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, he saw a familiar face. Tengu Zhang Wenqing, a member of the Tail Feather Brigade. Judging from the Tengu's attitude, he seems to be second last guard? Really? What a waste of talent. What a waste of talent. Who is the Tengu? When second last was the leader of the Tail Feather Brigade, Tengu Zhang Wenqing would be in charge of the affairs of the entire brigade. A talent like the Tengu would be more than enough to command an army. Yet, he was assigned to be second last guard. Jiang Zhao suddenly realized something and thought, is second last going to be the leader of the Tail Feather Brigade again? Although I'm not a high level, I'm a hidden foreman. How high a position I can be depends entirely on second last position. Of course, strictly speaking, Jiang Zhao was also one of the people who was wasting talent. Zhang Songfu, who led the Star Beast army in the Calamity Shadow world and led the Guardians of the Night on the other world, was also recruited by Jiang Zhao to be a guard. Jiang Zhao greeted the Heavenly Hound and began to discuss with the two leaders before voicing his suggestion. Second last wasn't surprised by Jiang Zhao's suggestion. Yi Zhizhong pondered for a while before asking for her opinion. Second last immediately nodded, and the three-tail Feather Brigades became the deputy commanders of the three teams. That was how the matter was settled. The candidates for the leaders of the three teams were also quickly decided. Xie Donglin, the commander of the first team, was the former deputy commander of the Wasteland Reclaimers. He was known as Sickle Scales. It was clearly stated in his resume that Xie Donglin was one of the first generals of the three armies of China to enter the alien planet. He had followed the Wasteland Reclaimers to conquer the eastern battlefront of China and had made great achievements in battle. He was considered one of the higher-ranking soldiers among the soldiers who were transferred to the Star Arrival Army this time. His nickname, how should he put it? It seemed majestic, but in fact he was joking. His nickname was spread during his expeditions on the alien planets. The sickle in Xie Donglin's hand was used to harvest the star beasts. It was like scraping off fish scales, a layer of skin. Due to the fact that the level of the star beasts on the alien planet was too high, most of them had extremely strong physiques. Hence, most of the star beasts wouldn't be killed by Xie Donglin's sickle. Instead, they would be left with half of their lives, missing limbs and shrieking in pain. That was how the nickname Sickle Scales came about. It's your misfortune to have encountered me, Sickle Scales. I don't kill people. I only do scraping. In fact, Xie Donglin also wanted to kill them in one blow. He also wanted to chop off the fish's head and not scrape off the fish's scales. However, the star beasts on the alien planet were too ferocious, and he really didn't have the strength to do so. Logically speaking, it was already an honor to be able to fight the star beasts on the alien planet. This nickname was indeed unfair to Xie Donglin, but not everyone was like Jiang Zhao. The 2nd Regiment Commander, Xianyuan Hengyu, Jiang Zhao was shocked when he saw the name. There were only 4 words in the name, but it represented 2 mythical figures. An ancient surname like Xianyuan was rare in China. There were at most a few thousand families that had survived. Xianyuan Hengyu was from Gourd City of Liaodong and was once a member of the mountain-shattering army of the Central Plains. He was Yi Zhizhong's right-hand man and was also one of the first generals to enter the alien planet. He followed the mountain-shattering army to conquer the central battlefront. Jiang Zhao didn't expect the leader of the 3rd Regiment to be chosen because he heard a familiar name, Fu He. Jiang Zhao wasn't sure if second last had deliberately transferred Fu He over to be the leader, or if Fu He had taken the initiative to follow, or if the Tail Feather Brigade couldn't control Fu He and kicked him out. All in all, Fu He became the leader of the 3rd Independent Regiment of the Star Army. The 3 teams were all directly under second last. With her around, Fu He wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. The 3 of them held a simple meeting and settled various matters before dispersing to get to work. The new army had just been established, and there were indeed many things to be busy with. Jiang Zhao was much more relaxed. According to the agreement, he returned to the conference room in his office building and performed a body modification on Gushret. Then, as expected, Jiang Zhao fell into a deep sleep. Just when Gu Shi and was at a loss for what to do, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Han Jiangshua walked in before carrying Jiang Shao away. Gu Shi and looked at Han Jiangshua's back view and pouted his lips. After a moment of hesitation, he also left. Jiang Shao slept from 1:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Shao had woken up. He looked at the watch on the bedside table and couldn't help but feel upset. He slept during the day and woke up at night. What should he do in the middle of the night? Right? I'm a deputy commander of the Star Army. I should train the soldiers, right? Should I ring the bell and call for an emergency assembly in the middle of the night? The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more excited he got. After thinking for a long time, he decided to give up. After all, second last was in the courtyard too, and she would definitely be woken up. Jiang Shao was a little worried that she would kick him. At 12:30 a.m., Jiang Shao, who was really bored, hesitated for a long time before making up his mind. He then flashed to the Maple Forest estate in the same city. Half-Mountain Maple Forest District, in a rather luxurious residential building in the center of the residential area. Fang Xingyun, who was asleep, opened her eyes abruptly, and the frown on her face eased a little. Looking at Hai Tianqing, who was sleeping soundly beside her, Fang Xingyun tiptoed out of bed and took a sleeping robe from the clothes rack. She put it on and walked out quietly. She walked through the corridor and arrived at the living room. When she saw the scene in front of her, Fang Xingyun smiled gently. In her line of sight, a young man was leaning against the door frame of the bedroom with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was looking into the bedroom quietly. Fang Xingyun stepped forward, only to see Jiang Shao gesturing for her to keep quiet. He even exhaled and said, however, it wasn't doing it to her, but to the girl in the bedroom, Chongyang. Little Chongyang's senses were not weak. It was just that she was having a little too much fun today and was sleeping rather soundly. She opened her eyes in a daze and stared at Jiang Shao in a daze. After a while, she was about to cry out in surprise. However, when she saw Jiang Zhao's hand gesture for her to keep quiet, she hurriedly covered her mouth with her tiny hands. Her big, bright eyes blinked. Under the moonlight, they looked like two twinkling stars. Little Chongyang's mumbling could be heard through the gaps between her fingers. But any Fang already knows. Jiang Shao said, Little Chongyang stretched out her finger and pointed behind Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao turned around and saw Fang Xingyun walking towards him with a reproachful look on his face. Jiang Shao smiled apologetically. Fang Xingyun walked to Jiang Zhao's side with her arms crossed in front of her chest and her shoulder leaning against the door frame on the other side. She looked at Chongyang, who was lying on the small bed in the bedroom. Fang Xingyun said gently, Why? Are you worried about her staying here with me? Jiang Shao hurriedly said, No, it's not that. I'm just here to see her. As he spoke, Jiang Shao looked at little Chongyang's bedroom and saw a pile of comic books under her bed. Fang Xingyun followed Jiang Zhao's gaze and said softly, She likes these storybooks, especially those with pinyin. Hearing this, Chongyang's eyes lit up. She sat up and waved at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao, come here quickly. As Chongyang spoke, she picked up a copy of Shuck and Betta from the floor and quickly flipped to a page. She pointed at the words on it and said in a soft voice as if she was showing off, I know a lot of words now. Jiang Shao walked to the bed and looked at the happy and excited girl before him. He could not help but stretch out his hand and ruffled little Chongyang's pretty short hair. Okay. From million words. Scattering flowers, ho-ho. Climax. Chapter 1234. Fang Xingyun crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the doorframe. He had a gentle look on his face as he looked at little Chongyang, who was reading seriously in the bedroom. At the side, Jiang Shao smiled as he listened to little Chongyang's speech. After a while, she finally finished. Do you want to go to school? Jiang Shao asked softly as he sat beside little Chongyang's bed. Little Chongyang blinked his eyes and asked, Study? Like the school that Auntie Tsanglan runs? Jiang Shao said something like that. However, your classmates are no longer savage children. They are humans, and they will learn all kinds of knowledge. Little Chongyang was slightly hesitant. At the door, Fang Xiyun said softly, Little Chongyang is 15 years old this year and will be 16 soon. She is at the age to attend high school. Being with people of the same age will help her develop physically and mentally. But Xiaopi Jiang Shao asked why. Fang Xingyun said, Little Chongyang won't be able to keep up with the high school curriculum. She is only learning using pinyin now and can only do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. She has to start learning from elementary school. Jiang Shao nodded. The girl in front of him was not a girl from an ordinary society. Her way of thinking was very different from that of human children. Her way of living was also very different from that of humans. Fight! Little Chongyang could slash from the teaching building to the school gate. Solve equations? What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Fang Xingyun said, maybe we should find a small classroom with fewer students. She can slowly accept and adapt to the environment while the teacher can take care of little Chongyang. Yes, that makes sense, Jiang Shao said and looked at little Chongyang. As Jiang Shao spoke, he looked at little Chongyang and said, now that you've returned to human society, your life should not only be filled with killing. Little Chongyang said with a bitter face, but I like fighting. Fighting is quite interesting. Hearing this, Jiang Shao could not help but smile and said, didn't you go out for a walk these few days? Didn't the colorful world attract your soul? Little Chongyang thought about it and said, Uncle Hai brought me to many places and saw many new things. As he spoke, little Chongyang revealed a silly look. Milk tea is delicious. I like to bite the pearl balls. Crunch, crunch, ha. That's it. Jiang Shao rubbed little Chongyang's head gently. Human society is colorful. You have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Once upon a time, you were on an alien planet. In the birch forest tribe, in order to survive, you had no choice but to fight and kill. But it's different now. You're still young, only 15 years old. You'll be living in this human society for the next few decades, so you have to adapt to this place as soon as possible. Jiang Shao said in a gentle tone, it's not that I don't want you to fight, nor am I rejecting you from joining the army. I just want you to have a choice. I hope that you have made your own choice after seeing the prosperity of the world. Little Chongyang scratched his head in distress, feeling that Jiang Zhao's words were too abstract. Jiang Shao smiled and said, as the old saying goes, there are 360 lines in society. In fact, there are more than 3,600 lines. Do you know the piano? Little Chongyang was confused. What's a piano? Jiang Shao smiled and scratched her little nose. It's a musical instrument. You've heard it before. On the alien sphere, when we were fighting in the courtyard of the Black and White Manor in Europe. Oh. Little Chongyang nodded hurriedly and said, I remember now. Was that the sound of the piano? Jiang Shao asked, do you know what a piano looks like? Little Chongyang shook her head. Jiang Shao said, that's it. In the past, you didn't have a choice. You grew up in the birch forest tribe. You knew how to fight. You might even know how to make ape ghoul leather clothes. You knew how to plant thorny fruits, how to spear fish. Among your limited choices, you realized that you loved fighting the most. At the door, Fang Xingyan looked at Jiang Shao emotionally. He could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It was really lucky for little Chongyang to have met Jiang Shao. Little Chongyang was a melee fighter in the Starry Sky stage. What was even more terrifying was that she was still a young, ignorant, and gullible girl. If she were to fall into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, she would probably have to serve them for the rest of her life and become a tool. But it's different now, little Chongyang. In the society that you live in now, you have more choices, Jiang Shao said softly. What if you like to play musical instruments or sing? You sang the Kongding love song very well, didn't you? What if you like to be an actress? What if you want to open a milk tea shop and make pearls for people? In fact, what if you love mathematics so much that you want to spend your entire life researching and solving world-class mathematical conjectures? These are the choices that the birch forest tribe can't give you. These are concepts that you don't even have in your mind. Little Chongyang nodded in a daze. She understood what he meant by milk tea shop and make pearls. Jiang Shao reached out and held the back of little Chongyang's head. Study well and build a good foundation for your future life. Try your best to integrate into this new world and form your own worldview. When you have enough ability to judge and see the world, or at least have a rough understanding of it, tell me that you still like to fight and you still want to be a soldier. Jiang Shao hugged her little head to his chest and kissed her forehead gently. When that time comes, I'll let you be the leader, okay? Little Chongyang nestled in Jiang Zhao's arms and nodded gently. For the first 15 years, you don't have a choice. However, for the rest of your life, I can be your support. I also have enough ability to support you so that you can become the person you want to be and do what you want to do. In fact, many people don't have a choice in their lives. Study, work, get married, have children. They are pushed forward by society and their families. Therefore, it's worth it to exchange 15 years for the rest of my life for an independent choice. Jiang Shao coaxed little Chongyang to lie on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He picked up the fairy tale collection from the ground and told her a bedtime story before leaving in a flash. Jiang Shao had left, but Jiang Latu was left behind. On one hand, he wanted to watch over Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun's family. On the other hand, Jiang Shao wanted to participate in the process of little Chongyang gradually integrating into this world. Jiang Latu's complexion was very good. His mental state was completely different from when Jiang Shao had first met him. To be honest, Jiang Latu had not specially nurtured his body. However, his sallow and emaciated appearance had long disappeared. Now, he had become a hale and hearty old man. This once again confirmed Jiang Zhao's conjecture. This old pervert's body was so strong, but he was ruined by the original owner. Him? What was he doing every day? Was he with that old witch every day? As he thought about it, Jiang Shao arrived at the land of Qin, Chang'an City. Standing at the place where he had participated in the national high school selection, Jiang Shao was full of emotions. He opened a space door and Martha walked out. She looked around vigilantly. The ancient imperial mausoleum ruins were silent under the night sky. It was gone. Everything was gone. In fact, whether or not the ancient imperial mausoleum was in the alternate dimension, whether or not there were creatures in the ancient imperial mausoleum on Earth, Jiang Shao, the stone carver, would not exist. After all, with the fusion of Earth and the alternate dimension, all the alternate dimensions had collapsed. Jiang Shao, the stone carver, had once said that he was restricted by the laws of time and space in the alternate dimension of the lower dimension. There were air walls everywhere, and he could not get out. With the collapse of the alternate dimension, the guards stationed in the ancient imperial mausoleum and the guardians of the night should have retreated. However, Jiang Shao, the stone carver, should have disappeared along with the collapse of the alternate dimension. How desperate would he have been when the alternate dimension collapsed? Unless Jiang Shao, the stone carver, traveled through time and space again during the 7 days when Earth and the alternate dimension merged and returned to the past. However, Jiang Shao, the stone carver of the 16th year, had a strong sense of realization, as well as his earnest persuasion to Jiang Shao not to travel through time and change his attitude towards the past. Jiang Shao, the stone carver, might not have done anything. He would have disappeared along with the collapse of the alternate dimension. A stone carver for 20 years. He should have heard the news that Jiang Shao had won the national competition. He should also know that Jiang Shao had won the World Cup twice, became a wasteland reclaimer apprentice, and even became a general of the Guardians of Night. He should be relieved. In fact, if Jiang Shao wanted to see the stone carver, he could easily do so. As long as he traveled back to half a month ago, he would be able to see him in this alternate dimension. But if the stone carver had such a mentality and calmly faced death and the collapse of the alternate dimension, then if Jiang Shao broke his promise and traveled back to the past to see him, the stone carver would be particularly disappointed. In this world, there would always be someone who would take care of you silently. However, Jiang Shao did not expect that the care would be so important. Even Jiang Shao himself and the corrected world were all exchanged for by the stone carver, Jiang Shao, at the cost of his freedom and life. Standing in the ruins, Jiang Shao squatted down and grabbed a handful of gravel. The ruins of the ancient imperial mausoleum that Jiang Shao was in were the ancient imperial mausoleum that had been cleaned up by the soldiers of the three armies in the alternate dimension. As Earth and the alternate dimension merged, they were transported down from the alternate dimension. In the silent night, Jiang Shao squatted on the ground with his head lowered and one hand on the ground while praying silently. Paying tribute to my death? That was a wonderful feeling, especially paying tribute to old Jiang Shao who had changed his life. China has established the Star Arrival Army, which second last and I will lead together. We have destroyed most of the planets, and a mission has yet to be completed, but there has been a fusion phenomenon. We are still trying to find the remnants of the planets. Little Jiang Xue is fine, so is Xia Yin, Shuren, and Qingshan are all fine. Don't worry. This world can accommodate us, Jiang Shao. China can accommodate us. I've met with the commander-in-chief of the three armies, and he has acknowledged our efforts. We got a Great Wall medal. Jiang Shao suddenly stopped talking. In Martha's perception, there was a figure walking towards them from afar. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened slightly, and he turned his head to look at the ruins in the distance. Slowly, a young soldier dressed in the uniform of the Guardians of the Night walked out of the wall and stood at attention 20 meters away from Jiang Shao and Martha. Officer Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Shao stood up and nodded. You are? I'm the former Guardians of the Night of the ancient Imperial Mausoleum. I have a report. The soldier said. Jiang Shao said, Speak. The soldier glanced at Martha. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, It's all right, just say it. The soldier looked a little troubled and hesitated for a moment before saying, Secret mission. Jiang Shao said, Convey it now. The soldier hesitated for a while and said, Before the ancient Imperial Mausoleum was destroyed, an officer of the Guardians of the Night gave me a mission to guard here and wait for your arrival. The request is, I have to give to you personally. If possible, I need to confirm your identity. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and asked, How do I confirm it? The soldier said, I need to silence you to make sure that you're not in disguise. Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen. Huh? The soldier subconsciously took a step back and stammered, Fool. As soon as he said that, the soldier carefully observed Jiang Zhao's expression. Jiang Shao was obviously stunned for a moment, and his overwhelming aura also disappeared. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao waved his hand and the space door opened. Hua Xing and his wife, who were wearing stone masks, walked out and retreated with Martha. They stood in a pile of rubble. Jiang Shao looked at the soldier and said, Come on, confirm my identity. This time, it was the soldier's turn to be dumbfounded. He was a normal Star Warrior and a normal Star Warrior soldier. How could he be standing under a dangerous wall? In the beginning, when the space collapsed, an unfamiliar high-ranking officer of the Guardians of the Night in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum suddenly found him and gave him a secret mission. The soldier was stunned by his request. After all, the Night Guard officer's request was almost inconceivable to the soldiers. However, the officer also said that as long as he said the word fool, he would fully cooperate with the verification of his identity if the other party was real. Jiang Shao said now. The soldier nodded and looked at the girl who was not far away, as well as the two mysterious masked men. Without hesitation, he shot a sound of silence at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and stared at the soldier while enjoying the taste of the sound of silence. At the same time that Jiang Shao was silenced, Elizabeth raised her finger and 3 streams of water mist wrapped around the soldier's body. 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao said in a deep voice, Now convey it. The soldier's footsteps were a little stiff, and he had clearly yet to recover from the sound of silence. He stepped forward and took out a piece of paper from his pocket before handing it to Jiang Shao. In a flash, Martha stood in front of Jiang Shao and took the paper before handing it to him. Jiang Shao opened the piece of paper and saw 2 words written in blood. Promise. Huh. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and sighed deeply. What else did he say? Reporting. The soldier stood up straight and answered. The officer left after explaining the mission and didn't convey any other information. Jiang Zhao's hands trembled slightly as he folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He then looked up at the soldier and asked, "What's your name? Are you interested in the Star Arrival Army?" The soldier was stunned and stammered. "I..." Chapter 1235. The young soldier knew that since Jiang Shao had spoken, he would definitely be put in an important position if he went to the Xinglin army. However, he didn't come because he liked the Guardians of the Night and couldn't bear to part with his old comrade. Passing the piece of paper was just a mission that wasn't difficult at all. He just had to stay here and guard the place. Jiang Shao expressed his understanding towards that. After all, not everyone had their eyes set on a career. The young soldier returned to the team, but Jiang Shao stood in the ruins with the mecha for a long time. He only returned to the Xinglin courtyard in the early morning. Jiang Shao was in a bad mood that night. It was a wonderful feeling to say goodbye to his old self. After returning to his residence, Jiang Shao immediately felt that something was amiss. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao returned with 3 mechas, they immediately sensed that something was amiss in Han Jiangshue's room. There was indeed someone lying on her bed, but it wasn't Han Jiangshue. It was the short-haired Xiaoyan. Jiang Shao looked at his watch and realized that it was 4:30 a.m. Where did little Jiangshue go? Why isn't she sleeping at home? The lounge in Jiang Zhao's office building could be considered a 2-bedroom apartment. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangshue happened to live in 1 room each, so she moved here from the soldiers' dormitory. She's not here? What's going on? Jiang Shao immediately entered Han Jiangshue's room, and Xia Yan opened her eyes in a daze. She rubbed her eyes and said, "What's up, Xiaopi? Is there a mission?" She was clearly still in a daze. Under normal circumstances, she would call him Jiang Shao instead of his nickname. Jiang Shao asked, "Where's Han Jiangshue? Why are you sleeping on her bed?" Xia Yan rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Didn't you transform Gu Shiren's body yesterday? Shu asked me to come over and guard you together. I didn't expect you to wake up in the middle of the night and sit on the bed for a long time. Then you flashed and disappeared. I thought about hugging Shu to sleep, but she said that she couldn't sleep, so she took the black fog doll to Hailing Shelter to play." Jiang Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief and said, "There's no mission. Go ahead and sleep." "Oh." Xia Yan flipped over and lay on her side with one of her long legs resting on the blanket. She then turned her back towards Jiang Shao and got ready to continue sleeping. However, Jiang Shao couldn't stand it. He tugged the blanket out from under her legs and covered her with it. "Ah, it's so hot." Xia Yan kicked the blanket off the ground and mumbled in a daze, "It's so annoying." Jiang Shao really wanted to call Little Candle out and smack her on the head to give her a cold diamond. Hearing Xia Yan's breathing, Jiang Shao looked around helplessly and gently sat down on the sofa at the side. He lowered his head and played with his mobile phone. When it was almost 5 o'clock, a teleportation portal suddenly opened in the house. Jiang Shao quickly flashed over, only to see Han Jiangshue walking out of the portal in a white nightgown with the black fog doll in her arms. "Ah!" Han Jiangshue exclaimed softly. As soon as she walked out of the door, she realized that someone was standing in front of her. No matter how strong her perception was, it was impossible for her to transcend the dimension of the teleportation portal and sense the outside world. Hence, Jiang Zhao's appearance did give her a great shock. "You too. Are you going to let me sleep or not?" Xia Yan exclaimed in exasperation as she kicked her legs in frustration. Han Jiangshue frowned slightly and looked at the blanket that she had kicked off the bed. She then walked over, picked it up, and covered Xia Yan with it again. Xia Yan was speechless. Jiang Shao asked softly, "Where did you go?" Han Jiangshue turned around and pinched the black fog doll's soft, cloud-like neck with a smile. "Do you want to know?" "Huh. There's an unexpected gain. Didn't she just bring the child to play on the island? Did she pile up sand and play with water? What else is there to be surprised about?" The black fog doll squinted its ruby-like eyes and looked extremely comfortable, just like a kitten or puppy when its owner scratched its shin. Han Jiangxue liked to rub its ice cream-like hair and pinch its cloud-like neck. Hence, the big-headed doll had always been in its physical form and was carefully trying to please Han Jiangxue. Clearly, the Black Fog doll had also gotten what it wanted while trying to please its owner. It turns out that it feels so wonderful to be caressed by its owner. Come, I'll take you there to take a look. Han Jiangxue said as she opened the door of the shelter again and walked in with the big-headed doll in her arms. Jiang Shao also followed out of curiosity. They left the slightly hot and humid Beijing and arrived at the cool and refreshing beach. Han Jiangxue's shelter was diamond level, and it was no longer a small space of 10 by 10. The small island, including the beach and seawater, could be touched. However, they could only play in the shallow sea. If they swam out, they would hit the air wall. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Shao heard a holler behind him. He hurriedly turned around, only to get a great shock. Jiang Shao subconsciously took a step back, only to see a dense group of toy soldiers standing on the island not far away. At this moment, there were two toy soldiers, one black and one white, fighting valiantly on a 2x2 black and white checkered chessboard. The scene was extremely lively. The four squares were not small. In fact, the length and width of each square was 10 meters. The toy soldiers were only about 5 meters tall. What are you? Jiang Shao looked at the arena in the distance in bewilderment and looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment. Is she looking for fun? Han Jiangxue hugged the Black Fog doll and led Jiang Shao forward. You know, my black and white block star technique can nurture chessboard creatures. Ever since we persuaded the king and queen to bring their troops into your calamity world in Eastern Europe, I've been thinking about a question. Jiang Shao asked, Han Jiangxue asked, can I have a chessboard army? Jiang Shao blinked and looked at Han Jiangxue. Do you mean they're all your subordinates? A faint smile appeared on Han Jiangxue's lips, but she did not respond. However, as the two of them approached, the chessboard army responded. %yen hashtag. With a shout, the two toy soldiers stopped fighting and faced Han Jiangxue one after another. They put down the stone halberds in their hands and half-knelt down. It seemed to be a form of respect. They half-knelt, lowered their heads, and clenched their fists against their hearts. A total of 12 black and white toy soldiers all did the same. However, there were some who did not. For example, there were chariots and knights. Although chariots were called chariots, they were actually moving fortresses. It was just because of the translation of chess. Knights are not warriors riding horses either. Instead, they were purely horse-headed with a round base under their long neck. It was unclear how they moved in other terrains, but on the flat black and white chessboard, the knights moved extremely fast. The fortresses and horse heads obviously could not kneel. Of course, there was also one person who did not kneel. Instead, he walked toward Han Jiangxue and bowed his head. He also clenched his fist and placed it against his heart. Bishop Elephant. Bishop Elephant was massive and about 4 meters tall. The long cross scepter in his hand was more than 10 meters long. He was also the only medical creature among the creatures on the chessboard who possessed the star techniques of healing and purification. There was clearly a very strict hierarchy among the creatures on the chessboard. As long as Bishop Elephant existed, apart from the king and queen, he would be able to command all the other soldiers on the chessboard, be they black or white. Han Jiangxue waved her hand. There was no language for communication between the two species, but Bishop Elephant seemed to understand what Han Jiangxue meant. He straightened his body and left with his scepter. As it said something strange, the soldiers on the chessboard started fighting again. Han Jiangxue said, "It's very smart and loyal." Jiang Shao asked, Han Jiangxue said, "I summoned one black and white chessboard after another, which gave birth to a black and white queen, as well as a black and white king. However, it was difficult for me to communicate with them. The king and queen are natural rulers. Perhaps in their biological characteristics, they don't have the concept of being subordinate to others. Every time I met the king and queen, the outcome wasn't good. After all, you once persuaded the king and queen to bring the army into your world of calamity. I initially thought that they would be easier to talk to, but after experimenting, I realized that I was wrong. The king and queen were both very arrogant and couldn't be bothered to cooperate with me, so I killed them. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue sighed softly and said, "Maybe the king and queen on the chessboard were defeated by you, so they had no choice but to submit and enter your world of calamity. Most importantly, even if they led the army in, they would still be the rulers there." Jiang Shao said, "Do you know how dangerous this is? The king and queen are star-ranked creatures. Why didn't you call me along if you wanted to do an experiment?" Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and said softly, "Do you know how dangerous it is for me?" Jiang Shao said, Han Jiangxue turned around and looked at the lively chessboard arena again. She said, "Similarly, when the chariots, knights, and imperial guards walked out of the black and white blocks, they were unwilling to cooperate with me. In fact, when they saw a non-chessboard creature like me, they would attack me directly until—" Han Jiangxue turned to look at the obsidian-like bishop elephant and said, "Until he arrived." Jiang Shao asked, "What do you mean?" Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said, "The bishop elephant didn't attack me immediately. He looked at the black block that he crawled out of, and then at me, the only creature in the hailing refuge. A few seconds later, the bishop elephant understood that I was the one who gave birth to him." The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched awkwardly. "Gave birth? Can't you say something else? Can't I summon it?" Han Jiangxue said, "I summoned dozens of black and white blocks in front of him, which gave birth to an imperial guard. That made the bishop elephant even more certain of his conjecture, and he then did what he did to me just now." Jiang Shao asked, "Lower your head, bow salute." "Yes." Han Jiangxue nodded gently and said, "It may have treated me as its queen, a special queen." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "You have the black and white blocks and the broken king hoop. You're no different from the black and white queen. Besides, you're prettier than them." Hearing this, Han Jiangxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao and said, "Glib." Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "I'm serious." Han Jiangxue ignored Jiang Shao and continued, "Later, the king and queen inevitably appeared in the black and white blocks that I summoned. After the bishop elephant watched me kill the king and queen, he became even more respectful towards me. Since then, all the chessboard creatures born from the black and white blocks that I summoned have all bowed to me obediently under the command of the bishop elephant." Jiang Shao said, "So, you have the ability to summon a chessboard army now?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "It's just that the probability of the chessboard creatures being born from the black and white blocks is a little low. I calculated that on average, only one chessboard creature can be born from every 30 black and white blocks. Besides," Jiang Shao asked, "What?" Han Jiangxue said, "The probability of the bishop elephant appearing is extremely low, far lower than that of the king and queen of the star rank. Previously, in the alien chessboard, the queen was born from the first black and white block I summoned. I've indeed hit the jackpot." Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and looked at the chessboard army that consisted of about 50 to 60 of them. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Impressive, little Jiangxue. You can call yourself a king and lead the army to battle." Han Jiangxue said, "But there's a hidden danger. However, if I summon another bishop elephant, I don't know what the new bishop elephant will think of me and if he will rebel. I'm very sure that the loyalty of the chariots, knights, and guards is not to me, but to the bishop elephant. Yes, this is indeed a hidden danger." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "If the bishop elephant dies on the battlefield, the other soldiers will not listen to orders. We can't bear such a risk. We must farm more bishop elephant, and they have to be especially devout to you. It's best to keep a few in reserve so that nothing goes wrong. How about this? I'll lend you the poo-poo whale and let it connect you to the bishop elephant spiritually. That way, we can communicate better and understand your orders better." "Okay." Han Jiangxue nodded gently. Jiang Shao pressed his hand on Han Jiangxue's shoulder and turned her body around to face him. With a stern expression, Jiang Shao said, In the future, if there's any more such experiments or dangerous missions, you must tell me. I'll go with you. Jiang Shao then felt that his words were a little harsh. Hence, he added, okay. Han Jiangxue nodded with a smile and said, okay. Okay, that's right. Jiang Shao put his arm around Han Jiangxue's shoulder and looked at the huge toy soldiers fighting on the black and white block. He said, your experiment can be written into a graduation thesis. It'll be a waste to hand it over to the undergraduate students. According to the preciousness of the chessboard, it should at least be a thesis for graduate students or even doctoral students. Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, did the school send you a message? They want us to go back and defend our thesis? No. Jiang Shao suddenly snapped out of his daze and thought, I haven't graduated yet. Yeah, it's late June now, and Beijing Star Warriors University seems to be graduating in mid-July. Damn it, I haven't taken an exam for a year, right? Besides, I haven't written my graduation thesis yet. Speaking of which, what should I write for my thesis? On how a Star Warrior saves one. For a billion people in China? This topic, even the most top-notch and academically demanding Beijing Star Warriors University would give me full marks after reading this thesis, right? Top. Chapter 1236. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stayed in shelter for a while before returning to the courtyard of the Xinglin army. After breakfast, Jiang Shao was called over by second last. He initially thought that it was going to be a meeting again and wasn't very interested. However, he didn't expect the meeting to be more important because it was about the mission. Besides second last, Jiang Shao and Yi Zhizhong, there were also the leaders and deputies of the three regiments. Xie Donglin of the 1st Regiment and Xia Yin of the Deputy Regiment, Xianyuan Hengyu of the 2nd Regiment, and Yi Qingchun of the Deputy Regiment, Fu Hei of the 3rd Regiment, and Gu Shi and of the Deputy Regiment. The meeting room was filled with talents, and the soldiers were seated in front of the table. In a slightly dark room, they were all staring at the projection screen that was placed on the podium in front of them. Beside the podium, the Heavenly Hound held a pointer in his hand and remained silent, clearly waiting for second last's orders. Second last looked around and glanced at everyone's mental state. She then nodded in satisfaction and said, the Xinglin army has been assembled, but we obviously don't have much time to train in the camp. The situation outside is critical, and we can only train through battles. My superiors have received orders that the Xinglin army will be the 5th batch of reinforcements. We will fully cooperate with the World United Star Warriors Association and provide targeted assistance to the 3 special regions. Second last then raised her head slightly at the Heavenly Hound on the podium. The Heavenly Hound held the remote control in his left hand and pressed a button, after which a world map appeared on the projection screen. There were also 3 regions circled in red on the world map. If Jiang Shao said that he was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. The first red circle was centered around the Eastern European Empire and included the territories of the surrounding countries. The second red circle was in the northwest of the African continent. Judging from the shape of the circle, it should be centered around the Sahara Desert and several countries in the northwest of Africa. The third red circle was in the South American Federal Republic of Brazil. Upon sight of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin and say, they're really a team that protects the world. What do you mean? Are we going to carry out the mission one by one, or are we going to fight on 3 fronts at the same time? Second last said, at the same time. Yi Zhizhong looked at Jiang Shao and said, there's a special situation that I have to clarify in advance. When we carry out missions, it'll be difficult for all 3 teams to gather. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Yi Zhizhong patiently explained, although we are helping specific regions to clean up star beasts and maintain social order, the number of troops we can send is limited. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Spoiling them? I'm helping you. Yet you're asking me to limit the number of people I can help you with? Damn it, we are outnumbered. What if we encounter danger? Who is going to help us? All of a sudden, Jiang Shao suddenly recalled that a few years ago, when he was part of the Wasteland Reclaimers Apprentice Army and went to the north of the peninsula to carry out a mission as a rescue team. The Wasteland Reclaimers were also strictly limited in number. Zhizhong continued. This is the rules set by the Earth Alliance and the Star Warriors Association. You have to know that the people we send out to rescue the various regions of the world are all powerful Star Warriors. It's only right that the number of people is limited. We're like this, and so are the rescue teams from other countries. Okay, Jiang Shao nodded in disdain. Limit the number of people? What's the use? I'm comparable to 100 Star Warriors. Have you taken this into account? If I really have any ulterior motives, Tengu, second last said. The Tengu picked up his pointer and circled half of the Sahara Desert in the northwest of the African continent. He said, there are very few residents in this area, and it has already become a place occupied by various star beasts. Besides, it has seriously affected the lives and social order of the people in the surrounding countries. The information about the star beasts in this area is on the table in front of you. You can check it out on your own. In particular, you have to pay special attention to a star beast called the crevice demon in this area. Its body is made up of yellow sand and is almost immune to physical attacks. It also has a high-quality star technique that can teleport. It's very troublesome. The edge of time and space in the Sahara Desert was one of the few places on Earth where the star techniques of teleportation and teleportation were produced. Second last looked at everyone and said, Minister, Fu Hei thought bitterly, the Sahara Desert. I've just arrived at the Star Army, and you're asking me to eat sand? However, Fu Hei did not show it on his face. Instead, he stood up straight and said, yes. Second last said, you and Six-Tailed bring the 3 teams here. I'll assign Three-Tailed to you to deal with the troublesome crevice demon. Yes. Fu Hei responded firmly and finally heaved a sigh of relief. With the goddess Three-Tailed around, it wouldn't be a problem at all. What's wrong with the star beasts? The goddess Three-Tailed specializes in dealing with them. It seems, well, as a control goddess at the end of the stars stage, she can deal with all creatures. Seeing Fu Hei's reaction, second last nodded in satisfaction, after which she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhizhong. Zhizhong smiled and nodded without retorting. Second last was the overall commander when it came to dispatching troops. Jiang Shao said, I'll go with you. I've taken a look, and this is the most dangerous of the 3 areas. Second last shook her head and said, you have a special mission. Jiang Zhao's eyes glistened and he asked, oh, is there a mission that's more difficult than destroying the star beasts? Jiang Shao immediately fell silent, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Under second last instructions, the Tengu pointed at the South American Federation of Brazil with its pointer and said, the situation in the Federation of Brazil isn't too good. This time, the crisis of the fusion of Earth and the alien planet has arisen. The Federation of Brazil seems to be a little weak. Jiang Shao was instantly stunned. That depends on who said it. If Fu Hei were to say it, it would just be a joke and Jiang Shao wouldn't care. However, when the words a country is not a country came out of Tengu's mouth, it meant that the Ba Federation was beyond cure. The Tengu continued, the problem here is very complicated. Not only is there the chaos of the star beasts, but there's also the intense conflict between the upper class and the lower class people in the Federation of Brazil. Strictly speaking, ever since the appearance of the fusion phenomenon, the various gangs in the Federation of Brazil have suddenly emerged and taken over a large part of the territory, forming their own faction. Jiang Shao felt like he was listening to a heavenly book, gangs establishing themselves as kings, going against the country. I'm not dreaming, am I? However, that was the case in the Federation of Brazil now. Under the abnormal development of society, no one cared about the lives of the lower-class people. That was usually the case, especially after the fusion of the alien planet and the arrival of the star beasts. Fine, since the upper class doesn't care about the lower-class people and doesn't care about them, the gang shall take over. You don't care, we do. Second last said, Emperor, here. Along with the voice, a mighty and strong man stood up. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a serious, square face. There was a kind of natural majesty about him, and he could be said to have an imposing appearance. Chan was not a skinny girl, but she seemed rather petite when she sat next to Xianyuan Hengyu. Second last said, "You and fifth last will lead the Second Star Advent Regiment to the Federation of Brazil to carry out a mission. The forces in this area are complicated and the situation is rather special. I'll personally supervise the troops and go with you." Second last then turned to look at Yi Zhizhong and said, "I'll lead the troops, and Yi Zhongwei will stay at the headquarters of the Star Advent Regiment." Yi Zhizhong nodded and agreed. The situation in the Federation of Brazil was indeed rather special. The most terrifying thing there was not the star beasts, but the people. Everyone was well aware of the real underground industry in the Federation of Brazil. If they were not careful, they would easily offend the interests of many people, forces, and even countries. At the side, Xiaoyan stared intently at the Hungarian Empire in Eastern Europe. If nothing went wrong, the Star Advent Regiment would be heading there. Eastern Europe, Hungarian Empire. Due to the fact that the development here has been rather good, the people here are more aware and have more demands. Tengu said while pointing at the screen with a strange expression. Xiaoyan asked with a peculiar expression, "What do you mean?" The Tengu said, "The people here demand rights." Xiaoyan asked, "Yes, what's wrong with that?" The Tengu shrugged helplessly and said, "Not only do they demand the rights of citizens, but they also advocate for the rights of star beasts." Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. The Tengu said, "You can look at the information on the table. The creatures in this area are very similar to humans, and they look very good. Indeed, it's easy for people to like them." Xiaoyan picked up the piece of paper on the table and flipped through it casually. Her eyes were filled with stars. It was a tall, pure white horse, but its mane was colorful like a rainbow. In the picture, the rainbow horse was really stepping on a rainbow and galloping towards the sky. Xiaoyan licked her lips and flipped the page again, only to see a human. The man was obviously white and had a handsome face. He had brown curly hair and was no different from humans. However, his eyes were colorful and dreamy like a rainbow. Even the big sword in his hand was surrounded by specks of star power. It was also colorful and beautiful. That was only the rainbow swordsman. When Xiaoyan flipped the page again and saw the rainbow archer, she was completely dumbfounded. That woman was even more beautiful than Xiaoyan. Apart from a pair of rainbow-like eyes, the rest of her body structure was no different from that of a human. Jiang Xiao didn't flip through the information because he knew what the Hungarian Empire produced. Slaves were produced there. Yes, you heard it right. Slaves were produced there. At the same time, it also produced a concept, civilization regression. When Jiang Xiao participated in the European Elite Star Pet Trainer Invitational, he knew that the European nobles liked to throw a few sea soul fish monsters into their aquariums. Jiang Xiao also knew that the rainbow swordsmen and rainbow archers of the Hungarian Empire were also quite popular. However, the rainbow-type humanoid star beasts produced on Earth from the lower dimensions had low intelligence and were irritable and easily angered. They could only be tamed using extreme methods. However, taming slaves was not something that could be done openly. It was just like raising sea soul fish monsters at home. That was the luxurious lifestyle of the European nobles, and it would not be publicized to the public. Now that the rainbow creatures from the alien planet had arrived, and if they had higher intelligence, they would indeed form a unique civilization. The Tengu continued. In Europe, this isn't the first time that the rights of the star beast have been asserted. Once upon a time, before Earth merged with the alien planet, there had always been such voices, and they were quite vocal. Now, the rainbow race of the alien planet is far closer to humans than the rainbow race of the lower dimensions. They also have their own racial culture. This has also led to many citizens in Europe, including the citizens of the Hungarian Empire, calling for a ban on the killing of the rainbow beasts. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Freaking awesome. Chapter 1237. The Heavenly Hound looked at Xie Donglin and said, "The people of Europe are advocating for the rights of the rainbow beasts, while the rainbow beasts have established their own tribes. They feel the humans have invaded their land and homeland, so they have launched attacks on human society time and time again." The Xiong Empire's leadership team had their hands and feet tied. They could not withstand the pressure of public opinion. Among the people who advocated for the rights of the rainbow star beast, there were many nobles with high status. Their family relationships were complicated, and they had great influence. The Xiongnu Empire doesn't want to offend them. At the same time, they're still thinking about the future. If they want to continue holding office, they need the support of the citizens, so Jiang Shao smiled and asked, "So what?" The Heavenly Hound spread his palms and said, "So they've been passively defending. The soldiers at the front line are complaining and complaining, and the citizens of Europe are dissatisfied too. They're also blaming the Xiongnu Empire for their incompetence. What they want to see is for the rainbow beasts and humans to coexist peacefully." Jiang Shao couldn't help but grin. Coexist peacefully? That sounds even better than a song. You want to coexist peacefully with them, but are they willing to share their homeland with you? The people of Europe are too much. They only know how to talk and stay in their warm and safe homes while advocating for the rights of the star beasts. Do the soldiers of the Xiongnu Empire deserve to die of exhaustion at the front line? Do they deserve to die in battle? Are the citizens of the Xiongnu Empire not human? Who's going to ensure their safety? Jiang Shao asked. What about the Mad Cat and Rabid Rat of the Xiongnu Empire? The Heavenly Hound had a peculiar expression on his face and said, "Mad Cat and Rabid Rat. Fight and destroy them as you please. There's no problem." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "That's great then. If we don't allow them to fight, we'll just give all the human land to the star beasts." "Okay, Jiang Shao, take Team 1 there," Second Last said all of a sudden. "Go and get ready." Second Last then added, "Jiang Shao, stay. Everyone else, disperse." The meeting ended abruptly, but the people present were all soldiers, and they were swift and decisive, quickly dispersing. After everyone left, Second Last, Jiang Shao, and Yi Zhizhong were the only ones left in the conference room. Second Last looked at Jiang Shao and said, "You know where the trap is?" Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "Yes, I understand. The World United Star Warriors Association wants the China Star Army to go there to take the blame. The Xiong Empire didn't even dare to touch the Rainbow Tribe. They didn't even dare to drive them away. They could only passively defend themselves. They were really arrogant and left this hot potato to us. Let us kill them. Let us bear the infamy." Second Last said, the Xiong Empire asked the United Star Warriors Association for help. But in the meeting, it was the representatives of Lan Shi and the Rising Sun City who proposed to let our Chinese army carry out this task, which was agreed by the representatives of most countries. You are in the limelight too much. It is undeniable that there are people who are really looking forward to you solving this problem. However, there are even more people who have ulterior motives and are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. You have to know that you're not just representing yourself. You're representing China. That's why some people are trying to use this method to attack China. Jiang Shao frowned and said in a low voice, "This trap is not easy to hide from. I can get rid of the Rainbow Tribe before the first team lands in the Xiong Empire, but the Rainbow Tribe disappeared overnight as soon as the mission was assigned to China. We can't get rid of the blame." Second Last said, "There's no need to get rid of them. I asked you to go because I hope that you can negotiate with the elders of the Rainbow Tribe to let the Star Beasts enter the dimensional space of the Star Warriors and then transport the Rainbow Tribe back to China." Jiang Shao asked, Second Last said, "People advocate for the rights of the Star Beasts, don't they? There's no place in Europe because humans have occupied the homeland of the Rainbow Tribe. The Xiong Empire can't withstand the impact of the Rainbow Tribe, but we're different. China is vast and has abundant resources. You can also use a special method to communicate with the Star Beasts. You have more experience than anyone else. The Wildman Tribe of the Birch Forest Tribe, the Ice Spirit Tribe of the Ice Prayer Forest, the Ghost Monk Tribe of the Yegu Tower, the Yin Yang Spirit Warriors of the Dancing Soul City, the White-Faced Dancer, the Book Spirits of the Paper and Ink, All of them are living peacefully under your command. I've already contacted the Dajiang Feather Brigade and asked them to plan a place for the Rainbow Tribe to live. There, no one will disturb the Rainbow Tribe, and no one will snatch their homeland. That's the greatest guarantee for the rights of the Rainbow Star Beasts, isn't it? Second last said, the Dajiang Feather Brigade will also help the Rainbow Tribe build a home and teach them how to plant and rear livestock. All of this will be publicized and seen by the world. From now on, the Rainbow Tribe will be stationed at the borders of China together with the Dajiang Guardians of the Night. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded and he muttered, "Impressive." My second last said, "This is the suggestion of the Heavenly Hound. Your mission this time can be considered the first mission of the Star Warriors. You're not allowed to fail. In the future, if anyone advocates for the rights of the Star Beasts, we'll accept such missions. China will accept all the Star Beasts that other countries can't afford. The more species, the better. During the mission, you'll be interviewed by the media. Think about what you should and shouldn't say and do a good job of publicity." Jiang Shao stood up and said, "I promise to complete the mission. Okay, I'll go back and prepare the interview draft. Hey, why don't I take the opportunity to shout to the world? If any country doesn't want Star Beasts, call me, and I'll bring all the Star Beasts in their country." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhizhong smiled and said, "Pay attention to your style when you're being interviewed. Our main goal is to help the humanoid Star Beasts find a peaceful land to live in and build a home. We don't want to bring all the Star Beasts in the world to China. Besides, no matter how big China is, it can't accommodate all the Star Beasts in the world." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Hee, China can't accommodate them, but I can." Yi Zhizhong was speechless. Yi Zhizhong suddenly remembered that Jiang Shao had a ball. Second last said in a hoarse voice, "I know you can, but you can't let the Rainbow Tribe live in your world. Your mission is to transport the Rainbow Tribe to Dajiang and record the scene of the Rainbow Tribe living and working in peace in Dajiang for the world to see." Jiang Shao nodded and thought to himself, "Oh my God, no problem." After discussing with the two leaders, Jiang Shao flashed back to his residence. However, Fu Hei brought Gu Shun to look for him, reporting, Jiang Shao bent over the table and prepared the interview script. Speaking was an art, and it was not like the post-match interview that Jiang Shao accepted during the World Cup. It was a national-level military rescue operation, and it was also the first time the Star Lin Army was carrying out mission. Hence, Jiang Shao took it very seriously and wanted to do his best. At the door, a soldier said, "Fu Hei, the commander of the 3rd Star Lin Army, and Gu Shun, the deputy commander, are downstairs. They want to see you." "Okay, let them come up." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Let them come up." A few seconds later, Fu Hei appeared at the door with a solemn expression, followed by the docile Gu Shun. "Reporting." Fu Hei stood up straight and yelled, "I don't report." Jiang Shao said with a smile, "If you have something to say, just say it. Can't you see that I'm busy?" Fu Hei suddenly chuckled, and his serious expression turned mischievous. "Xiaopi," Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss and looked at Fu Hei warily. "What is it?" I was wondering if you could lend 8-tailed to us first." Fu Hei walked in and rubbed his hands while smiling. "You know, her king broken ring naturally restrains Star Warriors of the space element." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Why? 1 3-tailed isn't enough? You want me to give you another 8-tailed? Are you going to let my little Jiangxue accompany you to eat sand?" Jiang Shao was amused. At the side, Gu Shun subconsciously distanced himself from Fu Hei and stood further away, seemingly indicating that it was Fu Hei's idea and not his. Fu Hei said, "God pie, that's not right. What do you mean by eating sand? This is a serious operation. We're going to maintain world peace." "Okay." Jiang Shao waved his hand. He didn't have time to argue with Fu Hei. "I agree in principle. You guys go and ask Han Jiangxue for her opinion. Hurry up and go." After sending Fu Hei away, they welcomed a savior. Zhang Songfu finally came to report. Oh my God, when Jiang Shao saw the soldier leading Zhang Songfu to the door of his office, he almost jumped up. Zhang Songfu looked bewildered. In fact, he felt that Jiang Shao should be more mature and steady. After all, he was already a deputy commander. However, Zhang Songfu felt rather comfortable with Jiang Zhao's joyful attitude and eagerness to see him. Hurry up and come in. Hurry up and come in. Jiang Shao hurriedly greeted him and said to the soldier, "You may leave first. I'll call you if there's anything. Also, this is my guard. Tell the brothers in the building that he will be leading the guards in the future." Yes. The soldier nodded and left according to Jiang Zhao's orders. "Brother, how is it? I heard that the Xinglin army is going to make a big move." Zhang Songfu asked while carrying a military backpack and wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. It could be seen that Zhang Songfu had indeed reported to Jiang Shao as soon as possible. He reckoned that he probably didn't even know where the dormitory was and was simply brought there by the guard at the gate. "There's a big move." Jiang Shao helped Zhang Songfu unload the military backpack and push him to sit behind his desk. Zhang Songfu was a little nervous, as if there were needles on the chair. He refused to sit down, no matter what Jiang Shao said. "Brother, no. Deputy Commander Jiang, don't be like this. Cut the crap. I'm asking you to sit down." Jiang Shao stopped pushing and placed his hands behind his back. He seemed to have learned how to put on a show. In the end, Zhang Songfu still sat on the chair, but he only sat halfway. "I'll tell you the specifics of the situation. Write me a draft immediately." Jiang Shao explained the mission of his troops in detail and muttered, "We have to respond appropriately." The main point is to express that the Xinglin army is actively solving problems and not running away or hiding. We have to express that we're capable and that we can solve problems that others can't. We also have to express that the Huaxiao army and the Xinglin army are responsible to this world, to humans, and to star beasts. We have to express the importance of our existence. And Zhang Songfu felt a headache coming on. Jiang Shao waved his hand and became happier and more excited as he spoke. "Anyway, praise me. Praise me hard, but the praise has to be just right and not make people feel disgusted. Maintain the modesty and low-key attitude of our army. At the same time, let people feel that the Xinglin army is so reliable. Praise is one thing, but you have to have a hidden meaning and a needle in your words. You have to fight back. It's best to discuss Lan Shi and the kingdom of the rising sun, on the premise of showing that our army is focused on the overall situation and is broad-minded. Let people feel that Lan Shi and the rising sun are so useless. It's the representatives of these two countries who made the Huaxiao army take the blame. Remember? Zhang Songfu was confused. "I'm here to be a guard. I'm not here to do reading comprehension. Also, this question is a little out of scope. Show off modestly and low-key? A broad-minded insinuation? Brother." Zhang Songfu looked troubled and said, "I'm just a soldier. You're a top student from the imperial capital, Star Warrior University. Don't make things difficult for me." "Top student?" Jiang Shao scratched his head. "You might not believe it, but I might be a fake." Chapter 1238. A day later, a Huaxia transport plane landed in a military base in the southeast of the Xiongnu Empire. As the hatch of the rear of the transport plane opened, the soldiers of the Xinglin army stood up one after another and got off the plane in an orderly manner. And in this ocean of blue camp, there were two figures that didn't fit in. There was a cameraman and a host. Besides, Jiang Shao knew the host, Qian Baiwan. He was a war reporter sent by Mother Yang. Note that he was a war reporter, which meant that Qian Baiwan had to participate in the entire rescue operation of the Xinglin army. In the past, Qian Baiwan was Yi Xuanyang's partner during the Second World Cup. They had commentated on Jiang Zhao's games together, but he was removed by Mother Yang because he said a few wrong things in a moment of excitement. A year had passed, and it seemed that Qian Baiwan had already recovered from his mistakes. He reckoned that he had done a good job in the past year. The fact that Mother Yang sent him to the front line was a form of recognition for his abilities. Of course, wasn't easy to be a war reporter. Just like the soldiers, Qin Baiwan was also a person who put his life on the line and worked hard. Xiet Donglin and Xia Yin got off the plane with a group of soldiers and were warmly welcomed by the Xiongnu Empire. However, it was a military rescue operation after all. After chatting for a while, the Xiongnu Empire sent a vehicle to the battlefield with 100 soldiers from the Xinglin army. It was obvious that the Xiongnu Empire was suffering and couldn't wait any longer. In just half an hour, the military vehicle drove into a small town in the southwest of the Xiongnu Empire. The scenery was beautiful, but the atmosphere wasn't. The human town had been divided. The Xiongnu Empire soldiers stationed in the west town had also set up layers of encirclement, or rather, a defensive circle. The other half of the town in the east had been occupied by the Rainbow Clan. The group of people got out of the car and looked at the pleasant scenery and rustic town in Eastern Europe. They were also amazed. Logically speaking, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, it would become messy and chaotic after being ravaged by the flames of war. However, the town didn't seem to be affected by the war at all. However, it was obviously just a facade. In the sky above the eastern town, there was a group of white horses riding on rainbows. Inside the houses, in front of the courtyards, there were groups of rainbow archers and rainbow swordsmen. Their incomparably handsome faces were filled with anger. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with the human army stationed at the west of the village. Among them, Jiang Shao saw a male rainbow swordsman and a female rainbow archer. Their positions were very prominent, and they had already reached the center of the confrontation between the two armies. The two of them seemed to be the leaders of the clan. Furthermore, they were probably from the radical faction. The rainbow swordsman was dressed in cotton clothes and had a head full of golden curls. He had a handsome face and a pair of rainbow-colored eyes that gave off an enchanting luster under the sunlight. The rainbow archer was even more beautiful. She was also riding a rainbow horse and held an ordinary wooden bow in her hand. She wore a long cloth robe and had a wide and long scarf wrapped around her neck. She looked very much like a medieval European woman. The rainbow horses they were riding on seemed to be able to sense the mood of their owners. Their four hooves trampled the ground in a frenzy. They seemed a little irritable, which was incompatible with this beautiful scene. They looked so angry, Xia Yin whispered to Jiang Shao. Xia Yin leaned towards Jiang Shao and whispered, "Maybe they really think that humans have invaded their homeland. Did you record it? Did you turn on the camera?" Qin Baiwan nudged the cameraman's shoulder excitedly and reminded him anxiously, "Hello, General." A very pure English accent was heard. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a few soldiers escorting a commander-like figure towards Jiang Shao. After exchanging names and saluting, Jiang Shao said, "Shander, tell us about the current situation." The Xiong Empire officer named Shander looked a little bitter. He looked at the rainbow couple in the distance and said, "The eastern half of the town has been occupied by the rainbow tribe. They are a relatively large rainbow tribe. There are about 10 rainbow elders, thousands of rainbow swordsmen, and more than 800 rainbow archers." Oh, Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. On the surface, it did not seem like a town occupied by nearly 2,000 star beasts. In that case, most of the rainbow tribe were hiding in the dark, in the houses, in the courtyards, in the bushes, and in the mountains. The town in front of him was a rather special Eastern European town. The distance between the buildings was very far, unlike the towns in China where there were shops on both sides of the cement roads. This Eastern European town was very rural. Due to the fusion of the alien planet and Earth, this town was a perfect combination of human villages and the primitive terrain of the alien planet. Hence, it was not surprising that there were 2,000 star beasts hiding in the mountains. "General, I want to say," Shander hesitated for a moment and looked at the war reporter who was secretly filming in the distance. Jiang Shao turned around and nodded in the direction of Qin Baiwan and the cameraman. The cameraman obediently put down the camera on his shoulder. Shander then said, "The Rainbow Tribe has captured some of our townspeople. There are about 22 of them, and they're being held in this town on the east side." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Earth and the alien planet had fused for 7 days. At that time, the creatures on Earth and the alien planet could see each other, but they could not touch each other. It had been 7 days. What are you doing? Why didn't you react when you saw the Rainbow Army here? Jiang Shao was full of doubts, but he did not say a word in the end. After all, this was a matter of the Xiong Empire. Jiang Zhao's military rank was high, but he was not from the same country as Shander. Jiang Shao said, "What do you plan to do?" Shander said, "We tried to negotiate with them. The Rainbow Tribe is intelligent enough, but due to the language barrier, the hostility, and many other factors, the result of the communication was not good. We are willing to use the whole town to exchange for the residents, but the Rainbow Tribe does not seem to want to let them go. They probably want to keep the hostages. As you can see, we are still in a standoff with the Rainbow Tribe." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. This involved human lives, so he had to be even more careful. Shander said, "Maybe you have a special method?" Jiang Shao thought for a while and said, "I will try to communicate with them first. It would be best if we can resolve this peacefully." He then gestured for the Star Arrival Army to stand in formation before stepping forward. Xia Yin hurriedly followed, while Xie Donglin subconsciously followed suit too. Whoosh! The beautiful archer riding the rainbow horse suddenly shot out a rainbow-colored arrow. The rainbow arrow that was summoned by star power was surrounded by a circle of rainbow light, making it look dreamy and dreamy. The huge arrow drew a beautiful rainbow line in the air and headed straight for Jiang Shao. Xia Yin suddenly stepped forward, and a two-handed sword appeared in her hand. She then pointed the tip of the sword at the rainbow that was flying towards her and knocked it aside. Miraculous! A colorful rainbow appeared in front of the bow of the female rainbow archer and connected to Jiang Shao for a long time. Xia Yan's brain circuit was very peculiar. Her eyes were filled with stars, and she even reached out to touch the rainbow ribbon in front of her. "Jiang Gong, learn this archery star technique from now on." Jiang Shao glared at Xia Yan angrily while the rainbow swordsman yelled, "Hey, hey!" Jiang Shao said, "You too, return to the team." Xia Yan asked, "Huh?" Xie Donglin remained silent. Just now, he was also ready to use his scythe, but Xia Yan was much faster than him. Nominally, Xie Donglin was the captain, but in terms of strength, Xie Donglin was really only qualified to be Xia Yan's scraping therapy. Jiang Shao said, "It's okay. Don't worry, they're only of the diamond quality, and their star techniques are all output without control. Compared to the archer and swordsman, the rainbow horse is the most terrifying. The rainbow breath can cause random negative effects, but it seems that the rainbow horse has already been tamed by the humanoid star beasts." Jiang Shao then pulled out a dagger from his trousers and handed it to Xia Yan. Jiang Shao then spread his hands to indicate that he didn't have any weapons or malicious intentions. He then walked forward step by step. However, that was just an illusion. Would he have no weapons if the dagger was gone? As a star warrior, Jiang Shao, who is known as the essence of human skills, was the most powerful weapon. The rainbow swordsman and the rainbow archer had sullen expressions on their faces as they stared at Jiang Shao with their colorful eyes. They watched as he strode towards them. Well, compared to the rainbow horse that was 4 or 5 meters long, the rainbow swordsman and the female archer that were 3, 5 meters tall, humans were indeed considered small. At the back, Qian Baiwan secretly tugged at the corner of the cameraman's clothes, and the cameraman hurriedly picked up the camera again. Just like that, Jiang Shao, who was dressed in an ocean blue attire, spread his arms and walked towards the rainbow swordsman and the rainbow swordsman with a friendly smile on his face. Jiang Shao raised his head and waved at them with a smile. The handsome face of the rainbow swordsman was full of wariness as he yelled, "Yin hashtag at yin hashtag. Clop, clop, clop." The rainbow archer looked down at Jiang Shao. She controlled the horse and came behind Jiang Shao, blocking his path of retreat. "Percent yin at yin." The rainbow swordsman hollered again, seemingly annoyed by Jiang Zhao's lack of response. Jiang Shao said helplessly, "What a loser, what a loser." The rainbow archer was dumbfounded. The furious rainbow swordsman's face stiffened, and there was a trace of confusion on his handsome face. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Is there a chance? He squatted down and quickly drew on the ground with his mobile phone. There was a dwarf and two giants riding horses. The two were connected with a line, and Jiang Shao drew a humming whale on the line. Soul painter. Jiang Shao pointed at himself, and then at the humming whale that he had drawn. After all, the humming whale was too large and powerful. If he summoned it suddenly, it would easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Just as Jiang Shao was about to summon the humming whale, the rainbow archer behind him suddenly bent down and reached out to grab Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao turned his body sideways and dodged agilely. He tried to raise his head and look at the rainbow archer. The rainbow archer pointed at Jiang Shao and then at the rainbow horse in front of her. Then, without saying a word, she bent down again and reached out to grab Jiang Shao. This time, Jiang Shao did not dodge. She grabbed Jiang Shao by the back of his collar, lifted him up, and put him on the horse in front of her. Jiang Shao sat sideways on the horse, turned his head, blinked, and looked curiously at the rainbow archer behind him. The rainbow archer clamped her legs on the horse's belly. Hio, da-da, da-da. She left the rainbow swordsman on the horse and ran towards the east of the village with Jiang Shao. Oh no, the deputy commander has been taken away by a monster. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. The cameraman turned his head in a daze and looked at Qian Baiwan. Deputy Commander Jiang has been taken away by that woman. From now on, the Rainbow Tribe would not only have 22 Xiong Empire villagers as hostages, but also a deputy commander of the Huaxiao army. Qian Baiwan was also a little confused, but he immediately came back to his senses and said, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by taken away? This is called putting oneself in danger, like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Oh no, this is taking an unconventional approach and facing difficulties head-on. When you meet a rainbow, you must eat the rainbow. Also, remember to remove the voiceover when you broadcast this part." Climax. Chapter 1239. Jiang Shao sat on the rainbow horse and rubbed the soft, colorful mane on the horse's neck with one hand. He could not help but be amazed. As the rainbow horse galloped, Jiang Shao saw many of the Rainbow Clan people hiding in houses, behind the houses, beside the trees, and in the fields. Looking at the clothes of these people, Jiang Shao felt as if he had traveled through time and space to the European continent of the Middle Ages. Moreover, he had come to a modeling show in Europe during the Middle Ages. Speaking of which, was there a profession of modeling at that time? The appearance of the giants of the Rainbow Clan was too outstanding. It was no wonder that the slaves produced by the Xiongnu Empire were all due to their good looks. After going through the layers of weakening from the upper dimension to the lower dimension, the rainbow race that was produced on Earth would undoubtedly be closer to humans in size. Nay, under the control of the rainbow archer, the rainbow horse neighed, and a large amount of star power gathered in its hooves. A rainbow path extended in front of its hooves. The rainbow horse stepped on the rainbow without hesitation and ran into the sky along the arc of the rainbow bridge. It passed by a village wooden house in front of it, ran down, and galloped on the village road again. It was like opening a path in the mountains and building a bridge in the sea. Nay, the rainbow archer made a sound that was similar to a human and stopped in front of a small wooden house. In the field not far behind the house, there were a few scattered batches of rainbow horses eating grass with their heads down. There were also a few old men standing beside the horses, stroking them as if they were cultivating a relationship. Percent yen at yen. The rainbow archer picked up Jiang Shao, clamped him on her waist, jumped off the horse, and walked towards the few old men. Jiang Shao was being carried like a shrimp. He tried his best to raise his head, only to see a few tall rainbow elders with colorful eyes. Although their faces were old and their physical conditions could not be compared to the rainbow swordsmen and rainbow archers, they were medical star beasts of the Rainbow Clan and were also considered the leaders of the Rainbow Tribe. However, Under normal circumstances, there was only one elder in a tribe, at most a pair of male and female elders. However, in this town, there were more than 10 elders. He did not know who was in charge. The female archer casually tossed the little fellow that she had scooped up from her waist to the ground. However, her hand suddenly felt light, and she threw away loneliness. In a flash, Jiang Shao was already standing in the grass in front of her. He tried his best to raise his head and look at the old man in front of him who was holding a walking stick. The old man was wearing a cloth robe with 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. It was very medieval style, and he did not seem to know how hot it was. Jiang Shao waved his hand. "Hi, hello." The rainbow elder lowered his head and looked at Jiang Shao thoughtfully while speaking in a strange language. Behind Jiang Shao, the female archer seemed to be explaining something. The rainbow elder had a peculiar expression on his face. He tapped the ground in front of him with his wooden cane and gestured for Jiang Shao to start painting. Without any hesitation, Jiang Shao squatted down and drew another humming whale. Jiang Shao then pointed at his temple, the rainbow elder's head, and the humming whale beneath his feet. The rainbow elder raised his eyebrows slightly. Being rather intelligent, he seemed to have understood what Jiang Shao meant. "Do you want to use such a creature for cross-species communication? But where can I find such a creature?" Jiang Shao looked around and took 2 steps to the right. He then gestured to the rainbow elder and the archer to calm them down. Jiang Shao raised his head, and the star power in front of his chest surged. ### yin. The female archer suddenly roared. Immediately after, more than 10 rainbow swordsmen suddenly stood up in the originally quiet grassland. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. The Rainbow Clan's concealment skills were amazing. And yin hashtag. The Rainbow Elder pointed his cane on the ground and said, all of a sudden, the atmosphere was tense, but the Rainbow Clan did not make a move. Above Jiang Zhao's head, a huge creature appeared quietly and slowly swam into the sky. Buzz, all of a sudden, everyone in the town looked up at the sky and saw the creature that looked like an ancient beast. The Rainbow Elder's expression changed. He suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable kindness in his mind. Where did this feeling come from? The Rainbow Elder looked around in confusion. Jiang Shao, who was in front of him, jumped up and waved at him. Here, I'm here. The Rainbow Elder, Jiang Shao. Hello, Buzz Whale. Buzz. The Rainbow Elder looked surprised and tried to communicate with Jiang Shao. The two of them exchanged images in each other's minds and passed on their emotions and requests. The big fish swam leisurely in the town. Gradually, more and more Rainbow Clan members came over. They looked extremely solemn and were ready to fight at any time. On the other hand, the Rainbow Elder was even more astonished. A trace of disbelief appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and said something to the female archer. 2 minutes later, more than 10 Rainbow Elders arrived. They were both men and women. Although they were in their twilight years, they could not hide their glory when they were young. Indeed, beautiful things could always make people happy. Jiang Shao really enjoyed this negotiation. The Rainbow Elders could also feel Jiang Zhao's genuine kindness. Similarly, they saw the Birch Forest, Yi Ancient Tower, Dancing Soul City, and Ice Prayer Forest in Jiang Zhao's world. The most attractive one was the Birch Forest tribe's bonfire party. Seeing Jiang Shao and the Savage Clan living harmoniously together, the Rainbow Elder couldn't help but be fascinated. Half an hour later, with the effective communication between the two sides, Jiang Shao suddenly opened his hands and spread out 10 space doors. He gestured for them to enter. The Rainbow Elder stepped forward and carefully poked his head in. The female archer, male swordsman, and Rainbow Horse also came to the space door and looked inside curiously. Behind the space door was Jiang Shao, who was smiling and welcoming them. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, the grassland seemed endless. In the distance, there were towering mountains with white clouds floating around. It was a beautiful sight. Behind Jiang Shao was a tree llama tribe that had just been built. It was so beautiful that it was unbelievable. After receiving this mission, Jiang Shao had specially entered the Calamity Shadow world and sent Jiang Shou to the east of the Calamity Shadow World, the Xiong Empire. Jiang Shao was a little selfish. He was prepared to leave some kindling in his Calamity Shadow World. As for moving the Rainbow tribe to Dajiang, there was no rush. The Rainbow clan was overflowing in the Xiong Empire, so there were plenty of them. As a translator, the most outstanding thing about the humming whale was that it could accurately convey the emotions of both sides. The Rainbow tribe felt Jiang Zhao's kindness and even gentleness. The Rainbow elders felt strange about Jiang Zhao's mentality. They had only met by chance, so why was this human so gentle and kind to them? Why? Because Jiang Shao. When he looked at them, it was as if he was looking at his own children. Of course, ordinary people couldn't understand Jiang Zhao's mentality. The Calamity Shadow World was Jiang Zhao's world. Here, Jiang Shao was the supreme god. The entire planet could be treated as Jiang Zhao's private property. Therefore, Jiang Shao did have some special circumstances for the species that lived in the Calamity Shadow World, especially those that could communicate with humans normally and had developed intelligence. 2 hours later, when Jiang Shao rode the rainbow horse and escorted 22 human villagers out with one rainbow elder, one rainbow female archer, and hundreds of rainbow horses, the human army was completely stirred up. What did it mean to cure the disease? The chronic disease that gave the Xiong Empire a headache, and even the whole of Europe a headache, was cleared. Along the way, Jiang Shao and the others met the rainbow swordsman who was on his horse. The rainbow female archer rode forward and whispered something into the rainbow swordsman's ear, as if she was explaining the situation. Then, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The rainbow star beasts were obviously more unrestrained than humans. They preferred to express their emotions. The rainbow swordsman and the rainbow female archer kissed passionately in front of everyone. Of course, people considered the problem from their own point of view. To humans, the rainbow tribe had invaded their homeland. To the rainbow tribe, humans were the invaders who had invaded their homeland. Now, the rainbow tribe had found a new home, and this new home was exactly the same as the one they had lived in before. This kind of joy was difficult for ordinary people to understand. It was no wonder that the rainbow couple was so emotional and showed off in front of everyone. Qin Baiwan was also excited. He patted the cameraman's arm and said, "Did you get it? Did you get it? I'm filming. Don't touch my arm." The cameraman retorted, annoying Qin Baiwan. In the camera, the human soldiers were raising their arms and cheering excitedly. Behind them was the scene of the rescued villagers running towards the human camp with large strides. Further behind them, Jiang Shao and the Rainbow Elder were smiling while riding on a tall horse. Not far behind them was the scene of a handsome man and a beautiful woman from the Rainbow tribe kissing passionately. It's worth it. Even if I don't do any work today, this scene is worth it. Jiang Shao turned around and looked at the Rainbow Elder. "Elder, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me to look for the other Rainbow tribe members who have been lost on Earth. Let me send them home." With the help of the humming whale's mental connection, the scene and emotions were transmitted to the Rainbow Elder, who immediately nodded. During the conversation, Xia Yin curiously approached. Looking at the colorful mane of the rainbow horse under the sunlight, she couldn't help but lick her lips excitedly. Jiang Shao bent down and reached out his hand to Xia Yin. Xia Yin was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, "I don't think that a good idea. A lot of people are watching." Jiang Shao still bent down stubbornly and reached out his hand. "There aren't enough rainbow horses. We need 2 people to ride one." Xia Yin grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand and teased, "Did you do it on purpose?" Jiang Shao pulled her up and said, "Regardless of whether I did it on purpose or not, we're overseas and I'm the boss here. Whatever I say goes." Xia Yin sat on the back of the horse and humphed in disdain. However, it sounded rather pleasant. But the sound of a fart was heard, and Jiang Shao and Xia Yin looked behind them. He saw a colorful rainbow fart coming from the rainbow horse's colorful ponytail, true rainbow fart. Jiang Shao was good at riding. After all, he had the experience of riding the Black Ridge Firefeather for a long time. He steered the rainbow horse over and looked at the Star Arrival Army. Star Arrival Army one horse per person. Accept the goodwill from the Rainbow Tribe. Now, we'll look for the other Rainbow people with the help of the Rainbow Elder. The soldiers were bewildered, but they reacted quickly and followed Jiang Zhao's orders. They stepped forward and carefully rode the terrifying diamond star beasts. To everyone's astonishment, the star beasts that were supposed to be extremely dangerous and hostile to humans were actually so docile. They were even waiting to ride the star arrival army. Jiang Zhao said loudly, "Shander." Officer Shander of the Xiongnu Empire walked out and said, "General," Jiang Zhao said, "are you willing to protect us? This is your country, after all." Shander nodded in admiration. "It's my honor." Jiang Zhao gestured to the rainbow horse and said, "Let's not delay any further. Let's complete the mission quickly." Jiang Zhao then looked at Zhang Songfu and said, "Songfu, go and help those two people get on the horse." Zhang Songfu turned around and saw Qian Baiwan and the cameraman looking rather helpless. Not to mention the giant rainbow horse produced by the alien planet. Even a normal person would have to put in a lot of effort to get on it. Everything was ready. Jiang Zhao said loudly, "Star Arrival Army, set off." Buzz. The ethereal voice of the humming whale could be heard in the sky, echoing above the Eastern European town as it scanned the surrounding terrain. The rainbow horses galloped, and waves of star power gathered under their hooves. One rainbow path after another stretched out and went straight to the sky. More than 100 cavalrymen stepped on a rainbow bridge and chased after the humming whale in the sky. Xia Yin was a cheerful and straightforward girl who was usually a little deranged. However, the scene today had really satisfied her girlish heart that was hidden deep inside her. At this moment, her pair of beautiful eyes were shining brightly, twinkling. Everything was too dreamy. Everything was filled with the colors of a fairy tale. As the Star Arrival Army gradually moved further away, there were only hundreds of gorgeous rainbow paths left in the sky above the Eastern European town that lingered for a long time. Xia Yin sat sideways on the horse and tilted her head to look at Jiang Zhao. She suddenly smiled and said, "Hee hee, what's the matter?" Jiang Zhao raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing what she was thinking about. Xia Yin chuckled and swung her legs in the air leisurely. "Poor Xue, you followed Fu Hei to the Sahara to eat sand. Poor little Qin Chun, you followed second last to the tropical rainforest to feed the mosquitoes. But I'm in a small town in Eastern Europe." Jiang Zhao suddenly interrupted Xia Yin with a solemn expression and said, "Aren't you also enduring the scorching sun, strong winds, and bumpy roads while working hard to carry out the mission in a dangerous high-altitude environment?" Xia Yin immediately widened her eyes in bewilderment. Zhang Songfu, who was not far behind, couldn't help but grin. "Brother, if you're that good, why do you want me to write a draft?" Chapter 1240. The wolf is here. Watch out. The wolf in the east is here. The Chinese army is trying to take our astral beasts. In fact, they've already taken our rainbow astral beasts. Wake up, Europa. Don't let the Huaxia army plunder this continent unscrupulously. Where did the rainbow race go? What's their fate? Is it not a massacre just because we can't see them? What's the difference between that and burying one's head in the sand? Thank you, Star Advent. Star Advent, thank you for saving my home. There are no more rainbows in Europe. This is a retrogression of civilization. Humans exterminated another intelligent race for their own survival. History will remember this darkest moment. In this era of information explosion, what happened in the southeast of the Xiong Empire in the past 3 days had spread throughout the world. Out of 10 news articles, 8 out of 10 were negative comments. Did the Star Advent Army not advertise enough? No, the Star Advent Army had more than enough. Everyone knew that the Star Advent Army did not harm the rainbow race. Instead, they communicated with the rainbow race in a friendly manner. They temporarily lived in the Star Advent Army's dimension and escorted the rainbow race to their new home. The Star Advent Army did not even fire a single shot. However, it was their business. If they deserved to be defamed, they would stab their eyes blind and ears deaf to do so. Compared to the external news reports, the internal reports in China were the complete opposite. If not for the fact that the people of the world had clearly tracked the Star Advent Army's movements and watched them carry out their mission, they would have thought that the media from both sides were reporting two different things. Moreover, they were two completely unrelated matters. Why would there be such two extreme evaluations for a single mission? The situation in the human world was very delicate. In just 3 days, the rainbow race is no longer a problem for the Xiong Empire. To give you such a Xing Linjun, how can you not love him? The Star Advent Army has traveled the entire southeast of the Xiong Empire and rescued hundreds of Xiong Empire citizens, liberated many human towns, and restored human production and life in the region. A special scene has occurred in the Xiong Empire, Licaron City. To thank the Star Advent Army for liberating their homeland, the citizens have raised the Star Advent red flag in the city center square. Star Advent, not a single battle, not a single pause, like flowing water, smooth as silk, the ultimate enjoyment. On the evening of June 23rd, Star Warrior World was also presented in front of everyone and sent to thousands of households through television screens. The host, Yi Xuanyang, was dressed in a lady's suit and was commenting on the first mission of the Star Arrival Military Regiment 1. On the TV screen, on the left side of Yi Xuanyang, there was a photo. It was a scene of a handsome man and a beautiful woman riding on a rainbow horse, leaning forward and kissing passionately. This picture has been widely circulated. I believe that everyone has seen it. This is the picture of the Star Arrival Army meeting the Rainbow Tribe for the first time when they just arrived at the Xiong Empire. They also perfectly solved the Rainbow Tribe's demands. Yi Xuanyang paused, and with a gentle smile on her face, she said, "This scene is really healing. The fusion of Earth and the alien sphere is something we humans can't stop. Unavoidably, humans and the astral beasts of the alien planets have to share Earth. We both think that the other has occupied our home. With the hard work of the Xinglin Army, we perfectly solved the problem of survival. I wonder how the Xinglin Army was doing." The rainbow couple in the picture were the ones who had the most right to speak. In fact, the rainbow couple had already used their actions to acknowledge the Huaxia Star Arrival military's actions, hadn't they? Today is the last day of the Xinglin Army's mission in the Xiong Empire. We have the honor of inviting Deputy Commander Jiang, who will be leading the Star Arrival Military Regiment 1. Let's connect to the reporters in front. "Hello, Baiwan." Yi Xuanyang smiled. Star Warrior World had always been a rather serious program. It analyzed, interpreted, and broadcast practical problems that had arisen in society. There were too many problems after the fusion. The topics discussed in the program were more serious, and the atmosphere was naturally more serious. But this time, the Xinglin Army's expedition outlined a rainbow in the hazy sky. Yi Xuanyang knew what kind of mood to broadcast the news in, so she also had a gentle smile on her face, which made people feel comfortable looking at her. "Hello, Xuanyang." On the screen, Qian Baiwan seemed to have received the message with some delay. He only responded after 2 seconds. "Tell us about the current situation of the Xinglin Army," Yi Xuanyang said. 2 seconds later, Qian Baiwan immediately nodded and said, "Okay." He then turned around and gestured to the beautiful Eastern European town behind him. It was 8 o'clock in the evening in China, but it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the Xiong Empire. The sun shone on the rustic town, which had a unique and exotic atmosphere. It was rather touching. We can see that it's peaceful here now, but no one knows that 2 hours ago, the Xiong Empire's army was in a standoff with the Rainbow Clan. Qian Baiwan explained everything from the Xinglin Army's operation to what they had done in the past 3 days. His face was filled with pride, and he couldn't hide it no matter what. While introducing, Qian Baiwan also arrived in front of the courtyard of a wooden house. The camera looked through the fence and saw a few people talking inside. In the image, Xie Donglin and Xia Yin stood behind Jiang. They They seemed to be discussing something with the Rainbow Clan elder. In the sky, there was a very, very big fish floating. However, the image was a little funny. Jiang Xiao and the others were only as tall as the Rainbow Clan elder's thighs. The Rainbow Clan elder leaned over and talked to Jiang Xiao, while the rainbow couple sat on the ground. The handsome rainbow swordsman, in particular, had a blade of grass in his mouth, which made him look even more mischievous. Guard Zhang, we agreed to meet in the morning. Do you think he has time for a short interview now? Qian Baiwan asked politely. In front of the fence, Zhang Songfu and a few other members of the Xinglin army stood in standard military postures. Zhang Songfu turned around and entered the courtyard. After a while, he came out and brought Qian Baiwan and the cameraman inside. Come, let me introduce everyone. Seeing Qian Baiwan come in, Jiang Xiao stopped talking with the Rainbow Clan. Before Qian Baiwan could speak, Jiang Xiao spoke very enthusiastically. Jiang Xiao pointed at the Rainbow Clan elder beside him and said, "This is Elder Wangwang. It's all thanks to Elder Wangwang's help that the mission has been so successful." Qian Baiwan smiled and asked, "Elder Wangwang?" Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. In order to thank and commemorate the Wangwang whale as a bridge of communication between the two races, he specially named himself after the Wangwang whale song. That's his human name. The Rainbow Clan is a race with extremely high intelligence. In just 3 days, he can already understand some human language. Of course, the so-called human language here was Chinese. Although Jiang Xiao was proficient in English, Russian, and Korean, he could not deliberately use other languages to communicate with the Rainbow Clan. As the camera tried its best to move up, the kindly elder was finally captured in the lens. Qian Baiwan gestured at the man and woman sitting on the ground and said, "These two Rainbow Clan elders are now big celebrities in our human society." Hee. Jiang Xiao smiled and nodded. Any random member of the Rainbow Clan would be able to go on the runway. Their appearance was impeccable. Moreover, the passionate kiss between the two of them in the village had ignited the whole world. In fact, all kinds of defamation, ridicule, and attacks by the external news media seemed abnormally weak in comparison to the kissing photo of the Rainbow Clan elder and woman. Although the official mouthpieces of the West were still working hard, the netizens were really not blind or stupid. This is Kai Ying-jun, and this is Hong Meili. Jiang Xiao pointed at the Rainbow Clan elder and woman one by one and introduced them. Thousands of households were watching the television, but for some reason, there was suddenly a voiceover. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth with one hand and thought to herself, "This is not good. Danger." She could avoid it now, but she could not avoid it forever. She had commentated on Jiang Zhao's competitions more than 10 times. What kind of situation had she not seen? What kind of trap had she not avoided? The host beside her had changed batch after batch, but Yi Xuanyang was still unshakable. The only secret that allowed her to have a meteoric career was one word: restraint. She did not expect that. She had avoided the national competition and 2 World Cups, but she could not avoid this interview. In fact, many people could not help but laugh after hearing the name of the Rainbow Clan elder and woman. This name was a bit too surprising. Look at the Rainbow Swordsman. He was handsome like a perfect sculpture, and his pair of eyes were even more colorful, striking people's eyes time and time again, constantly raising the upper limit of human aesthetics. Look at the Rainbow Archer. She bent her legs, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head tilted, and her face rested on her knees. Her long brown hair cascaded down, and under the illumination of the sun, it was extremely beautiful. That pair of eyes, with indissoluble feelings, looked at the Rainbow Swordsman next to her. This scene, needless to say, was very dreamy. However, it was such a noble, elegant, and affectionate lady. Her name was Hong Meili. Ever since these 2 names came out of Jiang Zhao's mouth, Jiang Zhao's Weibo had already exploded. The interview on the television was still going on. "Yes, that's right. We have a clear goal for this mission," Su Yun said. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "The higher-ups have already finished communicating with the various departments of our country's Dajiang province." In Dajiang, We have already planned out an area for the Rainbow Tribe to build a tribe. In the future, we will also help them develop farming, livestock, and coexist harmoniously with the Rainbow Tribe. Qin Baiwan said, many Western media outlets are questioning the decision of the Star Arrival military. They think that the Star Arrival military has taken away the Rainbow Tribe that belongs to them. Jiang Shao said, it's too small. Qin Baiwan was stunned and asked, what? Jiang Shao said with a pained expression, the scale is too small. Qin Baiwan was speechless. Jiang Shao said, the awareness of these media people is too low. They should learn more from the people of their own country. The economic development of this continent is very good. The cultural heritage is very deep, and the awareness and literacy of the people are very high. The people are strongly advocating for the rights of the star beasts, which I think is a very good sign. Let the Rainbow Tribe have their own home and not be disturbed by human society. Let the Rainbow Tribe live in peace and order. This is the greatest advocacy for the rights of the Rainbow Tribe, and also the most perfect solution. It doesn't matter which country the Rainbow Tribe lives in. It doesn't matter. Taking a step back, the scope of this land is relatively small, and it's difficult to achieve harmonious coexistence between humans and the Rainbow Tribe. This tribe will easily have conflicts with human society. However, Dajiang is different. It's vast and sparsely populated. In order to choose a suitable place for the Rainbow Tribe to live, we have thought about it for a long time. You must know that people advocate for the rights of the Rainbow Tribe. Letting the Rainbow Tribe live and work in peace, and let them live and reproduce peacefully and happily is the goal of the people of the world. The Star Arrival military is also working hard to achieve this goal according to the wishes of the people of the world. Just like our mission this time, the entire process will be open to the public. In the future, when we help the Rainbow Tribe settle in Dajiang, the entire process will be open to the public too. We welcome the supervision and observation of the people of the world. In addition, before Qin Baiwan could speak, Jiang Shao continued, the Star Arrival military is here to solve problems. I'll take this opportunity to make an official statement to the countries of the world. If there are any species that have caused you trouble, please immediately seek help from the Star Arrival military through proper means. I guarantee that we will find a suitable place for the star beasts to live and ensure that their race can reproduce. We will do our best to preserve the richness and diversity of the species in the world. Don't be shy. If you have any difficulties, just mention it. Also, I heard that the card castles of the Unsetting Sun Kingdom have caused a lot of trouble to the people. One of the castles even landed in the center of the city, greatly disrupting social order and human life. Launchi's Phantom Theater has also taken the lives of many people and brought about huge economic losses. The Card Men and Phantom Men are extremely intelligent races. I sincerely hope that their race can continue and that the two countries can properly handle the relationship with the Star Beasts. If there's a need, the Star Arrival military will be on standby. Qin Baiwan was speechless. On the television, Jiang Shao was firing crazily. On Jiang Zhao's Weibo, it was also full of joy. Don't kill them. Don't destroy the card castles. You won't have a place to put them, but we in China have plenty of space. Yes, the territory of the northwest Dajiang is vast and picturesque. The southwest Tibetan Plateau is holy. That's the place closest to heaven. We in China welcome all intelligent species in the world. Hey, do you guys think the Rainbow Tribe in Dajiang will develop a tourism industry? I really want to see the beauty of the rainbow with my own eyes. All? What are you talking about? Can't you see the scene of God Pai and God Yin riding together? The sky is full of rainbow bridges and rainbow horses. Sob, 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 God Pai is really flirting with me. Who can resist this? I guess God Pai is taking her to ride the rainbow horse to thank the enthusiastic netizen at Hong Yin for giving him the phone. Shocking. Immediately give the deputy commander of the Star Arrival military a phone, and you can participate in the lottery. The special prize is a one-day trip to Eastern Europe's fairy town. Deputy Commander Jiang will personally accompany you and bring you to heaven. Chapter 1241. After resolving the crisis of the Rainbow Clan in the Xiong Empire, the First Division of the Star Lin Army immediately returned to China and arrived in Dajiang. Carrying out missions abroad was different from carrying out missions internally. In China, the entire country would have to make way for second last. The Star Lin Army could carry out missions in any region and location. After all, the scope of the Star Lin Army's mission was to clean up the alien beasts and maintain the stability of the integrated Earth. However, the focus of the Star Lin Army's mission was to look out for the entire world and not just China. Second last didn't have the final say when carrying out missions abroad. If other countries didn't invite them and the International Star Warriors Association didn't assign the missions, they definitely couldn't bring a group of Star Warriors to maintain order all over the world. Whether or not it was done out of goodwill would be put aside for the time being. If such a powerful force were to enter other countries to carry out military missions without any rules or restrictions, it would be a violation of the sovereignty of other countries. Hence, the Star Lin Army returned as soon as they completed their mission. They returned to China from the Xiong Empire and arrived in Dajiang. There, Jiang Shao and the Star Lin Army were warmly welcomed. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan also met their old teammate, Li Yishu, the current brigade commander of the Northwest Guardians of the Night. The silent man from the Northwest was much more talkative after reuniting with Jiang Shao. Of course, private conversations would have to wait until the mission was completed. Bringing the Rainbow Clan back was one thing, but the most important thing was to let them live and work in peace in Dajiang. The soldiers of the 1st Division of the Star Lin Army invited the Rainbow Clan out of the space overnight. Jiang Shao then brought Elder Wang Wang, Kai Ying-jun, and Hong Meili to negotiate with the Rainbow Clan and help them settle down. Jiang Shao kept an eye out and did not let all the Rainbow Race people enter his Calamity Shadow world. After all, that place was too beautiful. Jiang Shao was a little worried that the Rainbow Race people would not be willing to move out after entering. After all, the mission was public for the world to see. Since China had promised to help the Rainbow Clan relocate, they had to keep their word. After 2 days and 1 night of work, with the support of the Northwest Guardians of the Night, more than 20,000 Rainbow Clan members were divided into dozens of tribes of various sizes. They then established 2 towns and settled down at the foot of Mount Bai in the northern part of Dajiang. What was worth mentioning was that the 2,000 Rainbow tribesmen in the Shadow of Calamity's world were not sent out by Jiang Shao. Instead, he used them as a tinder. The rest of the matters were taken over by the local army, including establishing friendly relations with the Rainbow tribe, helping the Rainbow tribe with tribal construction, and so on. After he was done, Jiang Shao felt a little regretful. If the Savage tribe, the Ghost Monk tribe, the Soul Warrior tribe, and the Dancer tribe were placed in the human society, they should be able to coexist harmoniously with the human society after a period of adaptation. Perhaps, many years later, people would be able to see the big dancer holding the little dancer's hand, strolling on the street, and eating malatang. That was true harmony. Just a little scary. It was best to go shopping during the day. If it was at night, the dancer's blank face could easily make people think it was haunted. The Stellar Arrival Army's mission was a success. Under the Tail Feather Brigade's cordial invitation, the soldiers had dinner in Izhou City. Instead of going to a restaurant, they ate in the canteen of the Tail Feather Brigade's headquarters. Jiang Shao, Xia Yan, and Xia Donglin were at the same table as Li Yishu and Shadow Crow. After that, Mingming and Zhao Wenlong went on a mission and were not at the headquarters. Xia Yan held a steamed bun in one hand and ate the stir-fried mutton giblets while muttering, "It's so strange." Swollen? Jiang Shao was also stuffing himself with food. The name hand-grab mutton was not bad. Indeed, one had to grab it with their hands. Slurp, Xia Yan took a sip of the familiar mutton soup with a strange expression. "It feels like I'm back at my parents' home." Haha. Shadow Crow could not help but laugh out loud. "If you want to eat mutton, come back anytime. I'll get the canteen to make it for you." Jiang Shao was amused too. He looked at Shadow Crow and said, "Why?" The reconnaissance captain is no longer on the battlefield. Is he now in charge of logistics? Shadow Crow was dumbfounded. Li Yishu also grinned and looked at Jiang Shao with a sigh. The Tail Feather Brigade will always be your solid support. If you want to eat delicious food, come back. If you need any help with the mission, feel free to ask. Okay, Jiang Shao nodded and said, "In the future, you have to keep an eye on the Rainbow Tribe and choose some professionals to learn the Rainbow language. Treat them like humans. In the future, they might become a new unit of the Tail Feather Brigade." Li Yishu nodded lightly. Men leave their voices behind, and geese leave their names behind. He was taking over second last position. If he could handle the relationship between humans and the rainbow beasts while completing his duties and setting an example for the rest of the world, he would be worthy of the title of Brigade Commander of the Tail Feather Brigade. After dinner, Jiang Shao led the soldiers back to the capital. The 2nd and 3rd Star Advent regiments were still in the process of carrying out their missions, and some of them had just begun. However, the 1st Regiment had already completed their mission. Instead, they managed to feed some unscrupulous media outlets and marketing accounts. All of a sudden, teasing news and videos spread all over the internet. Unlike the top-notch military units that carried out secret missions like the Wasteland Reclaimers and Vigil Guards, the Star Advent Army was a unit that carried out missions in an open and transparent environment. It was also the name card of the country after the fusion of Earth and the foreign sphere. In the beginning, the soldiers were still a little uncomfortable, but Jiang Shao was very used to it. After all, he was already used to living under people's attention. If there were policies from above, there would be countermeasures from below. You guys go ahead, and I'll hide what I have to. After returning to the capital, Jiang Shao finally had time to start thinking about his own matters. He planned to enter his own Calamity Shadow world and concentrate on studying Star Warriors. He also wanted Jiang Kelly to transform into Jiang Zhao's appearance and become his deputy commander. Jiang Shao felt that his pace was rather good. To be honest, it was not that Jiang Shao was trying to avoid it, but he really couldn't find the time previously. Ever since the fusion of Earth and the foreign sphere began 7 days ago, Jiang Shao had not been idle for a single moment. He fought all the way from Sichuan to Kainan without the slightest delay. After the fusion of the two spheres, Jiang Shao was summoned by his leader and met with the show. He accepted the mission from the organization and began to build the Star Advent Army. During the few days of building the army, Jiang Shao should have had the time to slack off. However, because he was sheltering many people in the Calamity Shadow world, he had no choice but to flash around the Central Plains, Lung, Guizhou, and Beijiang to send people home. After everything was done, the first mission of the Star Advent Army came. Jiang Shao was exhausted and brought the Star Advent Army to the Xiongnu Empire. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt that it was time. There were some things that he couldn't push away. It was his duty and responsibility. Now, he had perfectly led the Star Advent Army to a victory and achieved a good start. After putting the Star Advent Army on the right track, Jiang Shao planned to let the mech sit in the office and be the leader that controlled the overall situation. Even if there was a mission, Jiang Kelly would still be a good helper, and her combat strength was extremely strong. The reason why he let the mech sit in the Star Advent courtyard and not the bait was because Jiang Shao couldn't summon a new bait at the moment. Jiang Shou of the Villa area, Jiang Hua of the White Birch Forest, Jiang Yi of the Ancient Tower, and Jiang Wu of the Dancing Soul City all had the Swallowing Sea Soul star map. They were all used to operate the mech. If one of them died, there would be one less operator. If anything happened to them, the Hua Xing couple, Jiang Latu, and Martha would all be dead. The only 9-star map, Jiang Sun, was also eating sand in the Sahara Desert with Fu He, Gu Shirin, and Little Jiang Shui. It was impossible for him to come back to replace Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had made up his mind to enter the Calamity Shadow world and study the Star Warriors era. At the same time, he would try his best to improve his star power realm. Although he said that he was working hard to improve, in fact, he would be able to improve his star power realm just by sitting in front of his desk and reading. Why? Because when Jiang Shao was alone, he could activate the star power abundance basic technique. Full throttle, rich star power surged into Jiang Zhao's body and was constantly replaced. In the process of a cycle, it impacted Jiang Zhao's star map again and changed his body. How could his cultivation not be fast? Although the Earth and the alien sphere had merged and the star power concentration in the Earth's environment had skyrocketed, the original thin star power on Earth had also pulled down the thick star power environment of the alien sphere. However, Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow world was different. It had not undergone any fusion and was purely a universe that was spread out from the alien sphere. The star power concentration here was exactly the same as the previous alien sphere. Let's do it. While Xie Donglin and Xia Yan were guarding the Star Advent courtyard with a team, waiting for the next mission, Jiang Shao had made a move. In his office, he opened the door and walked into the Calamity Shadow world, passing by Jiang Kelly. Jiang Kelly had already transformed into Jiang Zhao's appearance and sat on the chair. Well, maybe because she had been a woman for too long, she would occasionally rub her non-existent short hair and try to tuck it behind her ear. Well, that's not important. Habits can be changed. The biggest problem was Jiang Kelly was too short. Short? When Jiang Shao realized that he could call others short, he almost cried out in joy. The star power world was too terrifying. The star warriors had been transformed by star power, and all of them were tall and strong. Jiang Shao had no confidence at all. Finally, he found the confidence he deserved from Jiang Kelly. I'm 182, after all. Jiang Kelly was only 168, and the quality of her deputy star technique was far inferior to Jiang Zhao's own star technique. Her height could only fluctuate by plus or minus 5 centimeters. Hence, she could only reach 173, which was far from 182. Jiang Shao hated her so much that he really wanted to cut off Xia Yan's leg and put it on Jiang Kelly. Since I'm not tall enough, I'll use the heel. The heel of the boot is 5 centimeters, and the insole is 4 centimeters. That's not too much, right? At this point, a woman with a male soul began her career of pretending to be a man. On the other hand, Jiang Shao had only slept in the Calamity Shadow world for one night before activating star power abundance. When he woke up in the morning, he felt bloated and full, and even had the urge to milk. The star power around Jiang Shao was so dense that he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, due to the fact that it was a hot summer day, Jiang Shao slept by the lake in the villa with baby bear as his pillow and a small candle. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would probably be the first person to suffocate to death because of the dense star power. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.